Good evening. Welcome to TCH Live. We've got the Spring Shuffle main event from TCH Social Austin. This is the final table. I'm William Lottie, the New York Nit. I've got Kyle Frisbee alongside me, and let's take a look at these chip counts as we get started. Jeffrey, the chip leader, 4.175 million. Justin right behind him. Going down to a couple of shorties. Jay Bex at 362. James at 445. Going to be looking for doubles. We're now at 20, 50, 50 blinds. 20 or 25K, 25K, 50K, 50K. Big blind Danny. About half an hour left in the level. 40-minute blinds tonight. Players are playing for $31,118. That's not bad. $300 buy-in.
A lot of money up top.
Yeah. They've all secured $3,120. 706 players, down to 9 players. We're about to get started. We see the dealer doing the shuffling. Beautiful new felt.
Yeah, the new felt was being installed as we were playing the day ones of this very tournament. So nice to see it getting its first action here.
Yeah, what a way to break it in.
These players are the beneficiary of a couple of my own bullets. A little envious. Wish I could be out there today, but it'll be fun to watch these guys in action.
I'm envious of everybody who got to play. I didn't have the chance to play. I had actual work things this weekend, so I was on the sidelines, and yeah, I will change that when we get to the Trailblazer tour in a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
And,
definitely looking forward to
we'll
that
plug
as well.
that soon. Yeah, we're just 2 weeks away. March 31st is when that begins, the final stop for the Trailblazer tour. Here at TCH Social Austin, 15 events, almost $1 million in guarantees between those 15 events. $500,000 on that mean. And more shuffling.
It's going to be interesting to see how some of these short stacks approach this final table. The big pay jumps don't start for a few levels, so depending on their experience, they may or may not come out of the gate trying to chip up. Some folks who maybe haven't been at a final table with this kind of money might be a little more hesitant to put all their chips at risk, but that'll be always an interesting dynamic to see going in.
Yeah. I think if you're James, you're looking for a double up real quick. You're sub 10 big blinds. Alberto's got a little bit longer to work with. And these other players, either they have piles of chips or they're waiting to see resolution with those shorter stacks of James and Alberto.
No massive chip leader, about 4 players at the top with relatively even stacks.
Around 80 big blinds is tons. Already we see some folds that you may not see in cash games, but in the final table are the folds you want to make. Justin in the hijack. One of our big stacks going to open. Josh folds the button. Down to Geo. No way he defends 6-3. No way. Yeah, he lets that go. Even Queen 10 offsuit can be an adventurous open from the hijack when you've got a couple of big stacks behind you.
Would definitely agree.
Like, it's easy if you get 3-bet, you just fold.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Geo, waking up with 6-3 off in the first hand, not the best start, but a long way to go here.
No hard choices. That's
exactly. That's very true. Sometimes your ultimate trash is the easiest play. It's the moderate strength hands that get us in trouble.
It's a strange day to take off. But, well, no, all the European folks. That makes sense. More sense.
5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds.
Berto folding the pocket fives there.
He would have heard from Josh.
He would have heard from Josh, although would be a flip situation if they got it all in.
With fives, you'd be praying for a flip. As it is, Josh opening to 110. And gets it through.
To establish the open as 115, 110 so far.
So we have yet to see a flop 2 hands in, but that's also fairly common on final tables. That you get a lot of pre-flop decisions and not so many flops compared to your typical cash game, where sometimes we see all the flops, as we certainly have in recent weeks around here. Poker Monkey, Michael, good to see you. And table's a little bit low, but I'm also told that there's really nothing to hear from the table. They're not actually speaking a whole lot. Josh going for another open. I believe the white chips are 5K, the blue 100, and the red 25. James, our short stack in the big blinds. He's got ace 10. This is probably an all-in. It is an all-in.
Dominating Josh's king 10. Good spot for James.
As for the count, 8 big blinds, king 10, probably a call with the big stack. Does make the call.
Yep.
James needs to fade a king to remain in the tournament.
Should I put the cards up top or not?
Can he hold? Here's the run out. No, 2 kings. He gets smashed by Josh. There's an ace. Ace on the river. No. And that's going to be the end of the line for James.
Absolute gut punch for James. 2 kings on the flop for Josh.
He's fading 3 outs and 2 of them right in his face. And he'll take home $3,120 for that 9th place finish.
Yeah, I agree. I'm
Can also walk away knowing you got it in good. There's something to be said about that.
So this should open things up a little more action-wise. I think a lot of the middling stacks would have been waiting to see what happens with James, and now we have some resolution there. So not quite as shackled with ICM, the independent chip model, which is a way to value your tournament stack.
Yeah, with James exiting, everybody's now locking up just under 4K each.
Jump from 8th to 7th is just over $1,000. $3,960 for 8th, $5,080 for 7th place.
I think Kevin sent her home yesterday, but he was like, someone needs to like pull her aside and have like a long talk with her because she can't keep showing up to work like this. Let's do this. I want you to check in with her. Good experience. I don't know how good conversations to have. Check in with her.
Dead small here, so a little bit less to steal with an open, but king queen's still pretty good.
C4 makes 115,000.
While you're talking to her,
115,000.
just come find me afterwards.
so difficult.
Larry cannot double down. This is not blackjack, so he'll be giving up the 8-3, I'm sure. He'll be giving up the 8-3, I'm sure. I'm not sure anymore.
You're losing faith?
We're going to a flop here. King queen versus 8-3.
No, it's a raise. He raised.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He raised.
Send it back. I'm sorry about that. 250. Yeah, back that up.
Oh no, this was a misclick.
Yeah, a little bit. It's okay.
He misclicked. He made it. He put out
Oh,
too many chips, and he's being held to a min raise. 8-3 has raised to 250.
And now EGK knows that Larry did not intend to make that raise. So does he come back over the top with the 4-bet here?
Yeah, I say we just 4-bet him. And it looks genuine. That's the other thing. Like, there are some players, I don't think anybody here is doing this, but there are some players who will angle that, which is a terrible thing to do. And he's going to 4-bet. 625. And, I mean, this is definitely the end now, right?
One would think. Yeah, the logic behind the 4-bet here from EGK is not very dissimilar from a squeeze play.
Now, we know he doesn't like his hand. We know he didn't want to re-raise.
Yeah, and lets it go.
Now, let's just take it. And
You finally got your way, Lottie. He let it go. Nice hand there for EGK.
So I thought he had called. I think we might have made the same mistake, like me and the player, where I may have confused the white chips for the blue ones. Blue chips are 100K, white chips are 5K. And that's the difference between calling 110 and making it $250,000.
Yeah, small misstep there for Larry. Just a small dent to his stack, though. Still over 3.5 million.
I like the 4-bet, but reasonably sized 4-bet just in case something weird's happening.
Please scan your cards. Raise to 115. Seat 8 to 115.
Yeah, good point, Mitchell. Like, if you just fold the 8-3, there's no misclick. And 8-3 offsuit is like the second worst hand in poker, basically. So, or the third worst hand. So, perfectly reasonable folds. And Justin is getting probably more action than he wanted. Queen Jack suited has attracted at least 2 callers.
Okay. Fold C4. 6 folds. 7 folds.
All right, 3 ways we go. Queen Jack, Ace 9, 3-3.
Replenish the flop.
3 big stacks going at it here.
Ace 7-7. This is great for Josh.
Backdoor spades as well. Justin and Gio are going to fall out of love with their hands pretty quickly here, I think, if Josh makes a bet.
C1 check.
Josh checks.
Kicker's not great. And if Gio check raises you, you're going to throw up.
Yeah, a little pot control, I think, makes sense here.
C3 check.
Check through. King on the turn will give Justin a gutter. And this also means that Josh's kicker no longer playing. Aces and 7s with a king for him now.
Yeah, pretty good card for Josh there. And now chops with some hands that he was losing to on the flop.
Justin going for the delayed C-bet. 410,000.
C1 calls 410.
Josh makes the call. Give
Biggest,
Justin every chance to bluff.
yeah, biggest pot of the night so far, over 1.2 million in the middle.
Heads up to the river we go. Justin needs a 10. He does not get a 10. Aces and kings and 7s. And Josh's kicker actually playing again now. Aces and kings with a 9.
scary river too, because Justin represented hitting a king on the turn there and would now have trips. So see if he blasts away here with queen high.
Justin playing the board, actually, not queen high. Kings and sevens with an ace for Justin. Which means he can only chop at showdown. He can never win. Doesn't really block anything. If we want to think about bluffs. Doesn't really block the made hands. He is going to go for the bluff.
Get it, that's 875.
875. About 2/3 pot.
Yeah.
He's really trying to sell that he's got a boat at this point. A 7 might have gone for the delayed c-bet, but how many hands does he have under the gun that have a 7 in them?
Shouldn't have a ton of sevens. And
like, it's probably something suited, and there's only 2 combos of suited hands with a 7. If he backdoored the king, he backdoored the king. This is probably a call for the ace.
yeah, and if the sizing also doesn't, he's not completely crippled if he's wrong here. I think he's going to end up making this call.
It's annoying that you have to play your kicker again.
C1 calls.
Sticks it in.
Big
Cool.
pot for Josh. Over 3 million headed his way.
Plenty of ammunition left for Justin, though. He still has 2.8 million or so, which is over 50 big blinds. As we continue playing 20, 50, or 25, 50, 50. The next increase is the 30-60 as well. It's pretty small increases at this point with the blinds.
Puts Josh up to nearly 6 million in chips. Taking somewhat of a lead. It was relatively even up top to start the final table here.
Sorry. 9, 1, 2, 3, 4 folded.
Oh man.
6 folds.
No. But no, but it kind of makes me feel bad. She's sitting there. Maybe you should go to Costco's because I think I want to sit there and try to outlast it. One person already got knocked out.
7 folds.
And there's a walk. Justin gets a small refund from that last hand.
Still 4th in chips for Justin. So, as you mentioned, with 50 bigs, he still has plenty of playability. Henry and Alberto are short stacks.
C1 folds. C2 folds. C3 folds. C4 folds. C6 makes it 115,000.
115, and I think he meant to do that this time.
Appeared intentional. We've got a pair of 9s here for Henry. And he's on the short stack.
All in is definitely viable for 13 bigs.
It is a good rejam stack size, and he
There it is.
agrees.
Now Alberto should be tighter than I am from the big blind. We didn't even see his hands. He folds it. Ace 5 suited. Yeah, muck that all day.
Yeah, right in the muck.
Here comes a flip. queen or a 10 will secure the knockout here.
50. Keep 100 again, 50. Oh,
Sorry.
you for counter?
660, right?
Uh,
I think we're just getting the count. No, well, he hasn't called yet.
Yeah.
65.
He hasn't called yet, actually. That's what's going on.
he would definitely snap if he knew it was
That's what I got.
a flip, but certainly worried about dominating queens.
Yeah, queen 10 suited. Yeah, he's going to fold.
Player 6. Seat 6 folds. Buns good.
Perfect outcome for Henry. Wins 240K to his, or adds 240 to his stack, and doesn't have to sweat a run out.
Puts him closer to Raymond and puts Alberto further in the back, which I think is going to result in particularly Raymond and Henry maybe waiting for Alberto to either double or bust, since they can fairly reasonably wait and just collect $1,000 pay jump. Gio with the ace queen.
Played a decent amount of poker with Gio. Good to see him making a big final table.
Six, seven, eight fold. 9 folds. One folds. Buns good.
This is the best possible outcome with ace queen.
We all know your feelings, Lottie. He was
That's all I'll say. Raise and take it. That's the best case scenario.
actually, I just realized that was the hand that knocked me out of our $400 buy-in tournament yesterday. Flopped the nut straight. Was no good on the river versus a set of kings that improved.
3 folds. 4 folds.
So I'm coming more your direction, Lottie, on feelings toward ace queen, to say the least.
7 folds.
Yeah, I'd agree for sure that you got to have a plan if you get 3-bet.
15.
Mitchell in the chat chiming in about that queen 10 hands.
1 folds.
Yeah, and I think that is a fairly straightforward fold. It's not quite good enough.
Buns good.
You double somebody, you let them back in the game, and then you put yourself in a bind. Like in general, like with ICM, like losing chips is more detrimental than gaining chips is beneficial. So, yeah, you don't want to put yourself in spots where you're just giving it away.
Four folds. Seat 9, just read it, please. Just came up for you. 4 folds. Seat 6 makes it 120.
On to hand 10, we've had one elimination.
All right, thank you.
8 players remaining.
120. You got T2, you said?
What?
Defensible hands for Gio.
Yeah, already.
Justin was supposed to be, his name was supposed to
Did
be,
you get it when we
no,
scanned?
not Justin, C-H, his name was supposed to be changed, yeah,
Okay.
Justin, his name was supposed to be changed to
Okay.
Matt. So after a few hands, you can see it changed to Matt, it's the same guy, I forgot to change it. Please apologize on the stream, thank you.
T3 calls 120. All right, we're good.
Okay, heads up we go. Larry outflopping Gio with the queen.
C3 checks.
I think we see a c-bet from Larry. We do.
That's 150.
Half pot. Gio doesn't really have anything here. Larry takes this one.
Shows the queen.
Okay.
We assume. Appears that it was the queen that he showed.
That'd be the relevant card.
Presumably to set up some credibility when he's bluffing later would be the main reason to do that. If you have any other theories, Lottie, I'd be
Queens and two.
Or
love to
showing
hear
the
it.
king, yeah, you only show the king if you're trying to imply that maybe you didn't have it.
Well,
But even then, like you could have a king, you could have two kings.
but assuming he showed the queen there, which
If
I
he shows
believe
the
he did.
queen, and maybe he's trying to establish a slightly more straightforward reputation.
Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah, I think that's the
Yeah, respect me. And
C-Day makes it 115.
Seed 8 actually, we're told his name is Mac, and production flubbed the name, and we apologize for that. They're going to get that fixed at some point within the next 15 minutes. That's our delay. And whoever he is in seat 8, he's going to run into a couple of ladies in seat 2.
C2 makes it 300,000.
And he doesn't go for all the marbles. Makes it 300K.
that's going to look pretty strong, not going all in with that stack size.
Especially when you could just wait out seat 9 and get a ladder, probably. Oh, EGK with 10s.
Wow.
This is a weird spot for him. Lets him go.
Nice fold.
Ace Jack offsuit might have to fold as well. I think this is either shove or fold. I think call is probably the worst choice here. What do you think?
Absolutely agree. You call, you brick the flop, you may still be somehow ahead with your hand, and you've got an awkward amount of chips behind with Raymond. So, and I also, like I said a bit ago, I think Justin may be more likely to call if Raymond just shoves, because it looks a little more like he wants, maybe just trying to, steal the raise.
Let's it go. And
Let's go.
EGK dodging a bullet there. Now you got to fold the 10s because you don't want to have some spot where you have an overpair and you're wondering if you're actually good or not.
Yeah.
You don't want to have the original razor stick a 4-bet in your face and then you have to fold.
If the cards get thrown
Yeah,
out,
and also to
is that okay?
again to the point of him raising to 300K versus all in, that almost always is a big pair, because when people have ace king, they want to see all 5 cards, so they just ship it. At least that's been my experience of folks betting that amount with that stack size.
Incognito wondering, are 2 kings better than 2 aces? That depends on what the board is.
That's true.
C2, please.
If we don't have a board, like in a vacuum, 2 aces are better. But eventually, we don't have a vacuum. We have a board. And
Come on. 9's all in.
Alberto with the 10s and it's going to move all in.
1 folds.
Good shove.
Three folds.
Berto's going to successfully steal the blinds here. Oh, it appears we have one more player here. Larry, he does have 6-5 suited, but probably not going to be calling a jam.
Yeah, that is way too many chips for 6-5.
6 folds.
Alberto with another round of blinds heading into his stack. We've got Uncle T saying hello, hello.
Hey, Uncle T.
I think he's slated to be in the booth Wednesday night as we play some Big O. A cash game, 125 Big O. Here in Austin. Be sure and give that a watch, 6 p.m. Central. I'll be playing. It's been a while since I've played on stream.
Yeah, looking forward to see you play some Big O. I've gotten into Big O more recently, so ready to see how the pros do it, Lottie. I'm gonna
Pros.
have my note.
You're gonna have to watch another stream if you want pros.
I'm gonna have my pen and paper out. See how Lottie plays it.
3 folds. 2 and 3 folds. 4 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds. Oh, that's good.
Josh will raise and take the blinds. His ace-9 off. Quite the accomplishment of all these players. 8 remaining of 706. Had over 175K in the prize pool. So
Quick reminder of the payouts. All 8 players have lots at $3,960. Next ladder's to 5080. Little over 31K up top. As we play our spring shuffle main event final table. It's a fun week of poker.
really was. Parking lot was packed all week.
2 folds.
Had other fun events as well in the mini series.
I even managed to secure a cash in the horse tournament against all odds.
6 folds.
May have to take up horse next once I get Big O down. Try not to take it all on at once. A lot of folks, a lot of Big O players here in Austin, though. It's got a pretty good scene with it.
7 calls.
Blinds on blinds action. Henry limping the Jack 7 suited. Justin, Queen Jack offsuit. Big blinds could raise.
He checks.
Gonna take a free flop instead. He is way ahead. Even further ahead on this ace queen 6 flop.
Heads up.
$75K.
7 bet 75,000.
Henry electing to bluff. 75K, and middle pair should not be going anywhere here, I don't think.
Has him nearly drawing dead. Makes the call.
CDA calls.
To the turn we go. Heads up. Deuce of diamonds. We'll give Justin the check mark. Well, Henry, no, he's going to check.
Yeah, I think he took his little shot there on the flop. And you know, I don't hate the 75K C bet. Your opponent's going to have a lot of junk when he checks back in the big blind, but
Absolutely.
Justin just happens to have one of the probably the top of his range where he would have just checked back. Or checked the option, I should say.
Yeah. If you would have had something like 9-7, that would have worked.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Could have
CDA bet
8-3.
Yeah, 8-3, that would have worked, probably.
Shoot 7 folds.
Min bet gets the job done. So now Henry and Alberto
I was actually thinking
in the
about that.
same neighborhood chip-wise. 680,000.
Okay.
I think we are approaching a blind increase.
She won best. Race to 110.
Ace King suited for Josh. Using his 110 sizing
I'll
again.
just buy you an Uber, take you home.
No, I'm watching it. Don't worry about me.
All right.
She didn't make.
King 4 gonna cold call from the small blinds against an under the gun razor. Heads up we go.
Pretty speculative spot there, but
What's the deal with the phone? Like,
He is dominated.
table? Or do I gotta take my microphone?
8-8 deuce will not give him any redemption.
Players on the final table after completion of this hand, blinds will be up 30K, 60K, 60K.
it's like Josh about to extend his chip lead here.
She makes it 120.
Small C bet. 120K. Into a pot that was 320. Justin with just backdoor clubs and an over.
Chooses
Assuming
to
that this has been
float.
read correctly. Chooses the call.
Did you see the hand I folded tens getting squeezed up the big blind? I'm just catching up.
9 of diamonds on the turn. Full rainbow on the board. Assuming he actually has King 4, I'm really curious what he's planning. Is he thinking some kind of a check raise? Not going to get the chance. Josh checks it back. Nut no pair for him, which will be good on this Queen of Hearts River.
Justin fires here. He has a great shot at taking the spot down, actually. As unlikely of a scenario as that seemed.
Yeah, his only chance is the bluff.
But pretty connected board. If you're Josh, there's going to be a lot of holdings that Justin, and we'll get his name corrected shortly, as mentioned, but could connect with a lot of his range.
Here comes a bet. Can Josh find another bluff catch? 185. He goes small. He's begging for a call. Offering great odds.
Pretty tough board to bluff catch on, especially when you got called on the flop.
With these pot odds in this stack, I think I hit the call button. Just hold my nose and call.
Here it comes.
He calls.
Very nice.
Good call.
Josh making all the right moves early here. He extends his chip lead.
Hello, Shark. Hunter Green Thunder, good to see you. Yeah, Mitchell, that's an interesting thought. If you're going to call that flop, lead the 9. Like if you're in seat 8, if you're Matt in seat 8, his actual name.
It's all good, man. Don't worry about it.
Back close to Justin. Yeah, if you're Matt in seat 8, yeah, leading in 9, that's actually a decent card for your range as the big blind defender. If you have leads, like some players just don't have leads like that. It's not something you do that often, but usually you would do it on a card that's good for you on a board where it shouldn't be that good for your opponent's range, like an under the gun opener.
Yes. 2, 3, 4, 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold.
And you just don't have many 8s or 9s if you're the under the gun opener.
I got a king.
And Josh has them so intimidated they just gave him a walk. And blinds are up 30, 60, 60.
Okay, is my button good?
So a few more chips than
It's right on.
it would have been just a few minutes ago.
Okay.
A little more stress for Henry and Alberto in the 7 and 9
Be
seats.
okay.
Alberto getting dangerously low here. He'll,
Sub 10.
You're saying?
yeah, creeping up on that. You hate to be of a stack size where you don't even have fold equity to get the blinds to fold. Not quite there yet, but getting close.
The good news is you can rejam 10 big blinds and get caught by a lot of worse hands.
Fold on C3 then. Thank you. Fold C4.
Even if you have something like 8s or 9s,
Thank you.
you can actually get caught by a lot of worse hands.
Trying to find my way around it, see what works with those. That's all.
Maybe even some stuff that only has 1 over.
7 folds as well.
Matt with the King Jack offsuit. We fixed his name. Apologies again for getting your name wrong. And hopefully the change of name on the graphics is going to result in a change of fortune.
Yeah, we'll see how Matt plays. Justin's done for the night.
And Justin's a fish. Maybe Matt's a shark. That's what we'll go with.
Well, Matt's off to a hot start here. He's 1 for 1
And raise and take it. There you go.
with the correct name. Still with a healthy stack. He's 4th in chips. Josh pulling away a bit here.
Over 100 big blinds. And he's got almost 40 bigs on the next player. So he doesn't have to force the issue here. He could just chill and collect a bunch of pay jumps probably as the other players go to battle.
It's good. Well, I just don't want him to fold. I don't want to fold the cards. 6, 7, 8 is folded. I don't want to accidentally take them, right? 9 folds.
Josh gets a suited ace on the button.
C1 makes it 135.
135 and... Oh, I don't think he's getting this through.
Gio with a monster in the big blind. Curious to see what sizing he chooses here.
C3 makes it 340. Makes it 340.
340 from Gio. Back to Josh with his suited ace. This has the interesting dynamic because Josh may think that Gio could be doing this a little wider because he's raising from the button.
Here's the defense. And heads up. Queen still way ahead. Jack 4-3, no heart. So maybe this is the exit for Josh.
Beautiful flop for Gio. You're just no fear of this board at all.
And no overs, not connected in any meaningful way.
I think this C-bet will do it.
I think 6-5's the only hand that has a good draw on this board.
Very small bet. Gio. See if that induces Josh to do anything here. There are some scenarios where a solver will tell you to bet 10% pot. I'm not sure this is one of them, but possibly that's what Gio's doing.
Oh, I think this is what Gio wanted.
Yeah,
Josh
he
makes it
induces the raise.
300. And this is a raise that's not going to make a lot of sense. I don't think Gio's going anywhere. A set of jacks has no reason to raise. And would the big pairs raise either? I mean, there's no reason for them to in position. 9 of diamonds, pretty safe turn.
Yeah, Josh with just 3 outs.
Maybe Josh is trying to buy himself a river. And he raises flops so it goes check, check on the turn, perhaps. Something you see a little bit more often in limit games than no limit.
See what Josh does here. He's raise flop, check to him on the check, check. An ace on this river would be disgusting for Gio. No such misfortune.
Gio with the best hands here.
5 does straighten the board out, but as you said, Lottie, some pretty unlikely straight draws that for in this configuration.
7-6 isn't getting here. Ace deuce is probably not getting here. And now Gio going to go for some value, and it's not going to get any value.
Nice hand for Gio.
Yes, Sassy, this is new felt. And you can see that felt advertising hijack poker. If you're in the state of Texas, play poker online for real cash. Cash in and out at any of the 6 TCH locations: Austin, Dallas, Houston, Las Colinas, Spring, Rio Grande Valley. TCHL20, use that referral code, get yourself $20. Hijackpoker.com. Hope to see you there.
Yeah, definitely take advantage of that referral code. I have a bankroll on there entirely from that code. And love the Hijack app. Actually played a tournament this afternoon.
I got to get on there again soon. I've been so distracted with other things, I have not played as much poker as I've liked. I got to play more poker. 130 from Raymond. He's playing some poker.
It's got a real poker hand to do it with.
Sure, we'll go with that.
He's
got a dangerous poker hand.
You might beg to disagree here, but nobody else with much. EGK with a suited 9-4.
Completely unnecessary to do anything with this hand. Just folds. He is defending the big blinds. And he flaps the best of it on a not great board. 10-9-5 all spades. Middle pair. Bad kicker. You don't want any spades. Check, check.
Raymond gets a little help here.
Picks up the open ender.
See 2 bets, 225.
Raymond just praying for a fold here. Would love to just take this down. We'll see if EGK can be sticky here with now 3rd pair.
And you have to figure that you're going to face an all-in on the river for the remaining 630 that Raymond has.
You can see the equities. Raymond, if called, still has 13 outs.
And there's a lot of really awful rivers if you're EGK.
Nice bet by Raymond. He'll take it down. That's a pretty meaningful pot given how many chips he started the hand with. So he's up over $1 million now.
Huey Special, good to see you. As we continue, 8-handed spring shuffle final table. 8 players trying to turn $300 into just over $31,000. Hello, Phony Turkison.
7 folds. 9. 9. Read. Got it? Okay. Your action. Players all in.
Alberto
70.
moving all in. Just over 500,000.
1 folds. 2 folds.
Ace 10 offsuit. Solid hand to go with.
Three folds.
King 9 suited.
4 folds.
Makes the fold. 7 deuce is
Almost just good enough, but
not
can't
good.
Snap call.
I know.
And Sassy asking a great question. Who's ready for the Trailblazer Tour?
Is it reading it
I am.
right above it?
15 events in total, March 31st to April 14th.
Final table short.
Yeah.
$500,000 guaranteed main event, $800 buy-in on that.
I know. Right?
$950,000 worth of guarantees. We got all kinds of events, hold'em events, mixed events, PLO,
Instantly.
all sorts of good
I
stuff.
felt
Last
it.
chance to score some
I
points.
felt that it was coming. I knew it.
2 +
And we got main event flights
Yeah.
at a bunch of locations. Las Colinas, Dallas, Houston, and Spring will all have main event flights.
That's the problem.
Player waiting to the day 2 here in Austin.
See, that makes it
TexasCardHouse.com for all the details there.
Raise to 1.
I need some of those points. After Houston, I have fallen to 53rd place, which is not going to get me a free roll seat. I need points. I need to do more than score participation points. I need to actually cash some tournaments. I need to final table some tournaments. Ideally, I would win the tournament. Maybe I just win the main and I don't have to worry about any of those silly points. How's that sound?
6 folds. 7 folds. Folds on. You got that?
Matt raising and taking it. So, yeah, looking forward to that Trailblazer Tour.
See, 9 folds. Can you push that line up for me? Yeah, line. Thank you so much. 9 folds. Action 2. 1 fold. 2 folds.
All right, King Jack suited for GL. Picking up a couple hands.
135. Raise to 135,000. 4 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds.
Matt with the 5-4. Not suited, going to defend. Gonna be looking for some wheel cards.
Line rides up.
Two aces were not the wheel cards he was looking for.
2-day checks.
Gio with the gutter and the best hands.
C3 bet 75,000.
Quick fold from Matt.
Yeah, the chips barely got in the pot.
Yeah. No real reason to waste time there. Some players will count to a certain number, but if you're just mucking there, it's really not giving any information away to.
And he
Just go ahead and
defended. He defended big blinds. Like he's got a bajillion hands that totally whiffed on that board, and we're folding every single time. So yeah, nothing to give away there.
Henry on life support here. Less than 10 bigs now.
Alberto's not in much better shape either.
4 folds.
Raymond's gotten himself out of short stack hell a little bit. He up over $1 million.
Six makes it 140.
Ace 10 opens up.
7,
140.
8 folds, 9 folds.
Seems like most players going with between, I guess, 2.1 and 2.5x or so as their opening.
Yeah, I think with these short stacks, people are more inclined to go a bit closer to minimum.
Yeah.
Just because it doesn't change anything as far as what's going to 3-bet you and what you're going to do in response to the 3-bet. In fact, if you go smaller, you can fold a little bit more of the weaker hands. If you get 3-bet, you don't get priced in.
2 folds. 3 folds.
I've actually seen a lot more players, even in the lower buy-in tournaments, taking on that strategy. It seemed like 3x was always the standard, and a lot more players going more around 2.5x. I believe for the reasons you just mentioned.
It sort of ebbs and flows. 3x was the trend for a while.
3 folds. 9 folds.
Sometimes you see even bigger raises like in the past in particular, just because, well, that's what everyone's doing. And you play some of the 1-2 games, it's like that. People will raise the $15 in a 1-2 game.
Yeah.
And 7.5 big blinds. Like, okay, I get to fold a lot of weak hands.
Yeah, it's very table dependent too. If you have a hand like maybe, that you really want to go heads up or maybe 3 ways to a flop, and 10 is going to get called 6 ways. But yeah, I'm with you. For the most part, you don't want to be opening so big that you eliminate all the weaker holdings.
4 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds.
Henry getting rid of the Doyle. 10 deuce off. As typical of tournaments, not a lot of table chat. As players dialed in on that top prize of 31K plus.
Josh opening blind versus blind, trying to push around the shorter stack in the big blinds. Raymond's with a jack and a mystery card and not a lot of chips to lose. That's why I think Josh went a bit bigger here. He doesn't want to make it an auto call for Raymond's. Especially when you're holding queen 3.
Say it again.
Is that right? A call.
Looks like Raymond is 3-bet here to...
Now that's a call.
Is a call, okay.
Red chips are 25, whites are 5.
Heads up. We're going to flop.
Blue chips are 100. And it's Jack 10 for Raymond. Queen 3 still ahead on 8-4 deuce. Our raiser going to c-bet. Has plenty of overpairs in his range.
C2 folds.
Raymond has nothing, so he folds.
What do you think of the flat out of the big blind there with 10 jack off, Lottie?
It's a weird spot given the stacks and given that you have 2 short stacks still at the table. Like, I think I'm not doing a lot of calling. I'm either folding or shoving. I'm probably folding just because I have 2 short stacks that I can outlast. Scott's wondering about the payouts. We don't have a payouts command, but I do have a button I can click to show you the payouts real quick. And there they are. And I'll disappear them now, and we'll see a poker hands.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think I'm somewhat begrudgingly just letting go of the 10-jack. And Larry here with the Cowboys.
Seat 6 raises to 140. 140,000.
Staying consistent with his open without a premium earlier, so I like that.
Ace-9 suited for Henry.
Folds.
If this wasn't against an early position open, that's probably a shove. That's probably what he would have done if Larry wasn't there.
Seat 1 fold. Seat 2 fold.
Well, Gio defends. He will not. Larry will take it.
Seat 3 folds.
150K heading into his stack. We haven't seen Larry do anything crazy, like apart from the misclick hands.
Yeah, Larry.
Like he's playing very reasonably, so no need to defend so white.
And I think that's the right strategy with his stack size at this juncture in the tournament. Got some short stacks that you would like to see out of the way before you start risking big portions of your stack. He has a comfortable amount of big blinds.
Sorry to hear you're not getting out to Austin, Rebel. Tell you what, if you're going to end up in Houston at some point, we did just announce a Poker Atlas Tour stop in Houston in May. I don't think they have a schedule out for that yet, but sure we'll be hearing about that soon. Posted somewhere on the Texas Card House social media.
Seat 6 folds.
Matt with the Kings.
7 folds.
This Matt guy running a lot better than the Justin we had earlier.
Yeah,
Seat 8 makes it 130.
I think Matt's ghosting for Justin. Scandal.
Seat 9, seat 1, seat 2 folds.
130K.
Seat 3 folds.
Takes it.
Back-to-back kings, no action for either player. A little unfortunate.
What are the blinds? 12 notes asked. They are 30, 60, 60. 30,000 small, 60K big blinds, 60K big blinds. Annie, we are playing 40-minute blinds. We have probably about 20 or 25 minutes left at this level.
King of Spades
Same
again.
one, yeah.
Same one, different deck.
Yeah, right. Is it a different deck?
Different deck. Yeah, it's a blue
Oh.
deck. Right.
Yes, it's the same king.
You swiped it out of the other
Said
one.
it,
Just,
they said it, same king.
Again, just bring 3 kings.
Player 7 folds.
Matt with another quality hands.
You were able to muster up quality for the ace-queen. I'm impressed, Lottie.
Quality hand pre-flop. After the flop,
He1 makes it 350.
just hang on.
You two can tangle.
That's a 3-bet from an inferior hand. Josh with the ace-jack. I think we've seen all the aces.
You guys are going to tangle. You guys want to bust each other out.
Larry's got to fold his ace-5 suited again.
Bit of an uncomfortable spot here for Matt. You're, as we've mentioned multiple times, not in love with ace-queen and would have to play the remainder of the hand out of position. Too strong of a hand to fold, though.
And all the shorties keep you from 4-betting.
Alright, we are heads up. Show me king of spades, your burn card.
I think he's going to feel better now.
Seat 8 checks.
Flops top pair. see if Josh can go for a bluff. Maybe Matt's going to get some of those chips back.
C1 bets 250.
Yeah, going to be c-betting most of the time on this flop. And unfortunately, he's running into top pair, top kicker here. Over $1 million in the middle.
Matt with the heart in his hands.
Josh does have backdoor nut hearts. Heart on the turn would be very interesting. Especially the jack of hearts.
This is a check raise.
He's gonna raise.
What do you think about this?
It's a marginally connected board. I think you're denying yourself value from any hands that the only hands that are continuing there are hands that beat you.
Maybe king queen. But
Yeah, maybe
yeah.
king queen.
Yeah, Josh doesn't get to bluff because he got raised. He doesn't get to bluff anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're going to get called by a lot of overpairs.
At the same time, for Matt with his stack size, not a terrible result. Just take it down there.
Or just imagine Josh has a nut heart draw or something like that. He decides, you know what, let's go. Let's go. I cover you. You want to commit ICM suicide? Go right ahead, buddy. Because it would be terrible if Matt went out when there's 4 players behind him in chips.
It was right on it.
You guys are in
Nine
a
folds.
spot right now.
But hey, it worked out. It worked out. Josh didn't have anything, and it worked out for Matt.
Yeah, if Josh jams back over the top, like you said, I mean, if you're Matt, you're just your stomach is turning.
Yeah. 3 and 4 fold. Six folds. Seven folds. There you go. Thanks. 60-60 in my big. Thank you.
You see 3 players sub 1 million. Rainathan, good to see you. Rainathan, I don't know how to say that.
See 1 folds.
Alberto electing to fold the ace-10 off.
4 folds. 6 folds.
Ah, nightmare for Henry. Short stack, and he has to give a walk. And he was not getting past Matt.
Matt picking up some hands here of late.
So, for some reason, your cards aren't reading exactly on the target 7. So yeah, maybe just try to lean them a little bit back behind the target. See how it works. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. Thank you.
And the dealer is saying, hey, scan your cards. Yes, please, scan your cards.
One folds. 2 folds.
And so these graphics are driven by RFID chips that are in the cards. Just put them both on those targets and they'll get scanned.
6 folds. Seven's all in.
Shovable hand for Henry. Ace Jack shoves, and the other short stack is in the big blinds. Queen 10 for Alberto. You can call. You can definitely call here. He calls. He is behind. Henry is the player at risk here. Ace Jack for Henry. Queen 10 for Alberto. Henry has the live suits with the diamonds and the clubs. King, King 8. Ace Jack still ahead. There's the ace. Alberto needs a jack. Does not get it. Alberto on fumes. Henry getting a crucial double up. Alberto down to his last two big blinds.
Huge hold there for Henry. Gets him
Is that your rail?
a lot more comfortable with his chip stack.
Just someone I know. Wasn't expecting a rail. Unfortunately, I know 90% of the people in this room.
Had some over 15 bigs. Still on the short end of things, but now nobody really needs to do anything crazy until Alberto doubles probably a couple of times where he goes out. Hey, worst case scenario, you're walking away with $3,960. Not a bad St. Patrick's Day.
Not whatsoever. Yeah, I don't know. Calling with the Queen 10 off there, I understand that it's short stack on short stack crime, and it was late position from Raymond, but
I think the math says yes.
I think the math, yeah. I find it a lot easier to jam and know that I had a chance to go ahead and take it down than calling off. But
Definitely.
4, 6.
Yeah, I'd rather be doing the raising myself, but fortunately, you don't get that choice. Henry with ace queen.
Yeah, the original.
fresh off his double up.
Down there, that was the first club I went to when I first moved to Austin.
And makes the raise. 125.
This is back in
I believe that does cover Alberto. Who folds.
yeah.
A terrible 7 deuce. 6 deuce for Josh. 6 deuce suited.
Well, it's closer to downtown too, which is big.
He's going to call. Okay, heads up we go. 6 deuce of clubs against ace queen. 6 on the flop. 8-8-6.
One checks. Or heads up.
What's Henry's plan?
He's got a C-bet here, and
7 bet 75.
wow, just
Just the sprinkle. Trying to set it up, I think, to where he can shove on the turn for just over pot. That or just give up. Josh just calls. Keeps Henry's range as wide as possible as we go to the turn. 490 in the middle. And another 6. Josh fills up.
wow, and Henry's got to think this is likely a decent card for him. 2 pair with his ace kicker.
Yeah, if he was winning on the flop, he's still winning. And Josh is going to lead here.
C1 bets 200,000.
Gotta be one of the most fun
7
spots.
folds.
It's the snap fold. What's Henry off the hook? I wonder if Henry would have shoved.
Button red, right?
What do you think?
Yeah, I think you can check there, try to induce a shove. There's just not many hands that he's going to get more value from.
And you can bet river if you want, and there's really no rivers you're afraid of apart from another 8.
60 in a big.
And he's not in, yeah,
Great spot for us. Thank you.
he can't really get hurt there, so you might as well, if he's got the 8, he's got the 8. I think you have to try to give himself a chance to bluff it off. Alberto, though, down to 80K here. He's going to have to pick a hand and go with it here very shortly.
Well, he's got about 5 more hands before he blinds out.
I've seen greater miracles. Can spin it up from 1 big.
You certainly can.
4 folds.
One of the first tournaments I ever called was something like that. way back in the archives on the TCH Live YouTube channel. We have 4s, we have 5s. Matt with ace king. Probably going to put the squeeze play on. $500,000, you think?
Yeah, 450, 500K.
Kind of annoying to 3-bet an early position open when you have 80K sitting directly to your left. Like we talked about before, you don't want to find yourself in a difficult spot when you could just ladder. Is going to make the raise. I think he went bigger than $500,000. 655, the price tag. Alberto in an interesting spot. He has 80K. He makes the fold. His hand stinks, but when you consider how much money is in the pot, he can win 80 from each player.
And another pair.
Plus the blinds and ante. Yeah, 8s can't do anything. It would, in a 3-bet pot, the 8s can't do a thing.
Yeah.
Under the gun could still 4-bet you.
Larry trying to decide if he's getting the odds to flop a set here. Ace-5X flop would be spicy.
That's where we let the 5s go, probably. In fact, you could argue that the 5 should never have put a chip in the pot to begin with, especially with these shorties around. For that matter, you could say the same thing about the 4s. So you could actually justify folding the 4s pre.
Wisely lets it go.
Looking at me, I'm out of the hand.
Matt going to take a
I'm
bunch of
trying to think
chips.
what you raised under the gun.
Yeah,
To just muck it right away. That's
I'm
what
like, don't look at me, bro.
that's a
Matt
really
continuing
raise.
to chip up here up to
Snap
nearly
forward
4
as soon as
million.
you raised it. So I'm looking at my 2 cards and I'm like, well, they were good enough to call you, but not.
Personally, I'd love to see the scenario where the 4s and the 5s fold and we get ace king versus 8s and those two go another round with each other.
I had one of those hands where in later position and I'm like, let me sneak in here and see what happens, and then boom, we both get squashed.
Yeah, but yeah, Alberto, if he would have just tossed his chips in,
Actually, that's true.
he could have sextupled
I
up,
thought of that. I was like,
potentially.
well,
Never with that hand.
But his hand stunk. Like, I understand the folds.
yeah, you never
I had
want
to
to
look to see if he reopened it. If he could reopen it with
folds.
the shove, I would have
Yeah.
called.
Yeah,
And then I would have.
you never want to let
Not
deuces,
called.
you know.
Couldn't be deuces. There wasn't folding.
6 folds, 7 folds.
$80?
40, 80, 80, yes.
Blinds are up, I
Makes it
believe.
180.
40, 80, 80 on the blinds now. Matt opening to 180.
Folds, see 1 fold, see 2 folds. See 3 folds. That's everyone. You want to put that on the dot for me? That button? Thank you. I'll take those. Thank you.
Matt taking some more blinds. Alberto with exactly 1 big blind left. And yeah, this would be this hand, this is 5 hands before he blinds out if we don't lose anybody in between him and the big blinds right now. And we are big blind first at TCH Social, so if it comes to where he is the big blinds, he doesn't have enough money for the blinds and the ante, so the blind gets posted first before the ante, and he'd be eligible to win from other players, whereas if it were ante first, he'd only be eligible to win his ante back, which kind of stinks.
calls 180. See 2 folds.
Gio's been a little card dead. Finally has a suited ace here in the small blind.
See 3 calls 180. See 4 folds. All right, 3 players to the flop.
3 ways we go. Jack 8-7. This is an excellent flop for Matt. This is the best flop for Matt. Matt has the nuts.
Tough to have 2 opponents drawing dead on the flop, but he has done it.
See 3 checks. See 8 checks.
And an open ender here for Josh. Checks around though.
9 gets there, and Josh doesn't like that end of the straight. He would have been hoping for the 4. And Matt with the open-ended straight flush redraw. Just in case he didn't have enough of this.
Probably not his favorite turn as hearts get there, but
And
does have
any 10 is now a straight.
does have the 10 of hearts in his hand, the only player with a heart.
Josh betting his straight. 300K.
That'll get Gio out of there presumably and
3 folds.
see what Matt's going to do.
I think we just call here. I don't think we raise.
Yeah, I think you just call as well. Don't want to raise and get blasted off your equity somehow.
Yeah, you don't want to get called by a flush. I think anything that's calling is like a 10 or a flush. Like queen 10 is a possibility as well. He does just call, to the river we go. Josh needs a 10 to chop, does not get it. Straight versus straight, Matt with the better straight.
See 8 checks.
Check.
Check. Showdown, please.
Check, check. Matt taking some back from his nemesis.
Yeah, up to nearly 5 million. The name change has done Matt well. His night completely turned around in the last 15 to 20 hands.
That's poker folks wondering whether we like tournaments better or cash games. I'm a tournament guy myself. Not that I don't play cash games.
My question would be to call or to commentate or to play.
7 folds.
I enjoy the change of pace to have a final table here.
Give me all the tournaments. Like whether I'm in the booth or whether I'm out there, give me all the tournaments.
8 makes it 180. Players on.
Okay, Alberto going to be flipping for his tournament life. Calls for less with his ace-king.
180,000.
Matt made it 180 with the 7s. That's the price for everyone else. And we have a call from Raymond.
Player 2 calls 180.
Good for Alberto, able to at least go out with a solid hand.
Kings for Gio.
Gio's been patient. He finally has a monster.
What do we say, $1 million?
It's got to go pretty big here.
And like, remember, there is a lot of value in raising here because if he raises, there is a 200K side pot already with those 180s.
550. 4 folds.
550 is pretty small. I don't know if this
Less
is going to
than
get a lot
pot.
of folds. There is a side pot here.
6 folds.
Matt is so deep that set mining is a viable thing.
Can I see your stack?
Yeah, getting about 3 to 1 on a call.
Thank you.
But more importantly, as you said, how deep they both are. If he can flop a 7.
And Raymond is short enough that he can't reopen the action. Like if he were to somehow move all in with whatever he has, Jack 10 in this case, that would be a dead raise. It has to be a full-size raise to reopen the action for a 5th bet from Geo, but that will not happen. Matt does make the call.
2 folds.
Jack 10 goes into the muck, and 3 players. One of them is all in. Substantial side pot here. About a 900K side pot, I believe. Maybe $1 million.
480.
320 the main, the rest of the
4
side.
players.
Yeah.
320 plus the big, plus the third,
520.
the big blind
It's
hand.
in a row.
And then we're gonna go up to 5,000 at the payout.
1, 2, 3,
And,
4, 5.
It's either gonna be me
Alright,
or
how much
that
is in the
guy.
middle?
I put 320 in the middle.
Should be
rest
plus
of
the big blind
Plus
ante
the
and
big
the
blind.
small blind.
It's all there.
Don't drink
Should
that.
be
Which had already been
520.
The big blind ante had
The
big
big blind
blind had
ante.
already been pulled in. So
Should
it's
be
just a
520. He should be able to get 520 here.
agreed.
The
Agreed.
80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 40.
No,
Plus
we're
the
gonna-
plus the blinds and ante.
440.
There's
Because there's
six-
4. 8 times 4 is
There's
320.
There's 680s and 140. 480 plus
We're just
40 is
making sure the
520
pot's right.
I agree.
in favor. Break this for me, please.
Yeah. Because don't forget his call.
It's a little complicated with the short stack all in multi-way.
Right, 'cause he folded.
And you pull 80K from every player that put money in the pot that goes in the main.
Players went all in.
Everything else is on the side. King in the window. Set of kings for Geo. Alberto's thinking that he's about to get that nice, juicy main pot, but he is not, unless he backdoors himself a straight. Matt does not flop a set. So Geo in line to pick up 1.5 million chips.
Bad flop is pair.
350. C2 bets 350.
Oh,
Oh my
It's
god.
pretty small, and yeah, Alberto gets the bad news. Definitely thought that he was going to have some life.
And that's that. Good game, Alberto. Taking home $3,960 for 8th place.
Fun's good.
Wins it all if he checks.
That king of spades is
Turn to
everywhere when
set.
mistakes are happening. You see that?
Okay.
Remaining players wrapping up 5K.
Oh god.
I'm serious.
He checks.
$5,080 for all of these players. Next ladder up to 65.90.
Running
Just
here.
over 31,000 up top.
What a tough beat for him. So brutal.
He's got
You
to
get
feel
ace
great
king,
with
get
that
the
flop.
looking
king,
for,
king high.
man.
Get
Yeah.
the king
Very
high
nice hand
flop.
there for Gio. Gets him nearly neck and neck with Josh for the
Guys, thank you
chip
very
lead.
much about the,
Matt on their heels,
RFID stuff. I appreciate
just under 4.5 million.
He did us all a favor and just scooped it, so
it.
didn't
Yeah,
matter.
right? 8 folds.
7 players remaining.
1 folds.
And we're aware the table audio is a little bit low, but they're also not saying very much here. Not really missing anything.
2 folds.
I don't control the table volume, unfortunately.
Here, let me see this receipt real quick. Alright, that's the magic number we're looking for, 3960. Perfect. You can just sign that very bottom line for me. Perfect. Thank you for playing.
No.
Congratulations.
Okay. 150. Minimum 160 is the bet.
160. Okay.
Because you went with 150.
I
and
got
then you
you,
went back
yeah.
and you tried to get 200. So
I
it's
got you.
160
I'm
is
trying
the
to.
bet.
A little misclick. Larry meant to open to probably about 2.5, but
Nice.
it's now 40-80, not
Throw an outside,
40-60.
have any
So 160 is the minimum.
15, 30, 35,
and it works.
Short 10. It's 80.
Big blind's 80.
My bad, my bad.
You need 100?
Seats 2 and 7 in shorty territory, in sub 10 territory.
Yeah, Raymond and Henry trying to at least ladder up $1,500.
EGK fairly shackled as well, knowing that there's potentially $3,000 worth of ladders if he could just see these other two go broke. And you're right about that, Sassy. The microphones do pick up a lot of other noise. Like you'd be hearing, I'm sure you'd be hearing the double board bot pod tournament we got going on out there, wrapping up the spring shuffle. From TCH Social Austin, I'm Willie Moretti. I've got Kyle Frisbee alongside me this evening.
That stack.
You're watching the main event final table.
Yeah, you get your big chips in front. I was just curious.
6 folds.
Hold it. So we're
Players all in.
we got
17's
the-
all in.
in your hand right now.
Henry all in. Blind versus blind. King 9.
How much? Yeah, something like that.
I got it.
325.
Maybe a call from Matt. He has a reasonable king here.
I'm just north of 5, like 5.1.
Blind versus blind against the shorty.
Well, you eyeballing to get it in?
Fortunately for him, this would be
You want to create that? You want to create that
Trust
negative
me, I
The-
do not.
inferior kicker.
Missing a 0.
I didn't see
Makes
what
the
I
call.
saw.
You gotta call.
Sees that he's pipped.
Confused, like I said, because I saw you at pile.
Henry needs to fade an 8 to stick around.
What games are running right now? Or, yeah.
So far, so good. Ace Queen 4. And there's the 9. Henry is going to double up.
It's what, 5 kilo?
Cockroach.
I mean, this is me on the $5 bomb.
Big
pot.
double up for Henry.
And I can't play the 1, 2, 5 kilos.
I was just reading.
And
Yeah.
is going to put Raymond further on the ropes. He is all by himself in that sub 10 big blind territory. And the blinds are approaching him.
Always
They
When did that show upset me?
A little early for the trophy.
Yeah, a
A
little
monument
bit.
to the guy
A
that was
little
there
bit.
before me.
Yeah, just a couple orbits left worth of blinds for Raymond. He's going to have to make a move here very
Are you gonna bring
quickly.
out the cash too, and
And they come around quicker as we lose players.
Playing that, right?
are you gonna bring out the 31K too, and maybe all in ones and
It's a little too soon for that.
That might be funny.
in ones.
C2,
Now, 31K cash is not as impressive as it sounds. Like if you look at it in person, that's like 3 bundles of hundreds.
Yeah.
Like
That's
now,
true.
31K in singles, like that would be an interesting
Be
visual.
a trash bag of cash, but yeah.
Like you see those bricks of cash that you see in Vegas. Like there's a display at the series every year, like $1 million. Like this is what $1 million looks like.
8 calls.
And 30K is like a fraction of that. Hey, 30K is a decent car.
1 check.
Pretty decent car.
All right, we're heads up.
8. Oh, I didn't give it back.
After this hand, they'll tell you another way you could win a decent car.
You
Queen
won a
E3.
decent car last year at the series in Houston, correct?
Not quite. I didn't quite
quite?
get a car. I got like a 10-year-old Honda is what I got. I
Okay.
didn't get a decent car.
Top pair for Matt.
1 call.
Josh is going to bet into him with king high. Or excuse me, call.
It's another brick.
It makes it 150. 150,000.
Oh, thank you so much.
1 folds.
That gets it done that time. Yeah, so We've got the Trailblazer Tour wrapping up at TCH Social Austin, starting in just 2 weeks, March 31st to April 14th. The dates here in Austin. Main event flights starting at the other locations a bit sooner than that. Last chance to score some points towards the 50K free roll and towards the Chevy Trailblazer, which is the prize for the winner in that point series. That free roll, I believe, happening on April 13th. The tail end of the series.
Something on a break, yes. If not, at least we'll do a discretionary. Yeah, worst case discretionary. Worst case. If not, we're probably up to the 25.
Yeah, tournaments definitely have the higher ceiling, but it's a lot harder to reach there. Like you got to play a lot of poker. Like if you want to have a 30K scoring, these players will have to have survived 705 other players. Not taking a bad beat that costs you everything randomly. That's tough.
Or a cooler running kings into aces or set over set.
Like if you have an average, like if you're an average skilled player, you have a 1 in 706 chance of winning. And then there's variance. Like sometimes they just punish you. Like even if you're a better than average player, maybe you're winning 1 in 300 times. That's still a long, long sample. Give or take some bad beats. And then, yeah, the trick is to not blow it at a casino. Like I don't play the pits, I don't play the slots, and that's where they get your money. I stick to poker.
Always reminds me of the story of John Daly winning a different kind of tournament, won the British Open, flew straight to Vegas private, and blew his 1.5 million in winnings in one night.
That sounds like John Daly.
The story definitely checks out based on the personalities.
$180.
6 makes it 180. 7 folds, 8 folds. 1 folds, 2 folds.
All table 4.
And 4 folds. Or 3 folds. There you go.
Larry taking it. He got the trophy on the table now. The thing about going up in stakes is usually the players are better.
Indeed.
It's going to be harder to have that huge win rate. It's hard to win 50 big blinds an hour at 10.25. Compared to, say, a super sloth 1-2 game where you could just win piles of big blinds. There's certainly no public 10-20s, 10-25s where the players are that bad, I don't think.
My limited experience at that stake is you're going to get 3 and 4 bet way more than you're used to at lower stakes, putting you in a lot more tough spots. You certainly can spin it up if you run well, and we've got the tanks here for Josh. Facing a raise here from Matt.
Chooses a flat, not wanting to escalate the pot, especially given the chip dynamics here. Gio wants to set mine, EGK. Perfectly happy to just spectate, hope something crazy happens. Something crazy happens, that's more money in his pocket. Nine-5 deuce. This does not have the makings of something crazy.
3 checks.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot easier to root for chaos from the safety of the booth here. Josh with a pretty safe flop for 10s here. 9 high, couple of hearts.
2-5 wants to go to 13. Is that okay? You talk to all the players and they want to go to 13?
One bet's 300,000.
Is that okay?
Thinking that one of the fours is mic'd up.
3 folds.
300 from Josh.
8 folds.
That's yours.
Gets the folds.
Thank you.
And 1-3 with $100 max. Yeah, that sounds like LA.
Go ahead, call it.
Like I know that's a thing at some places in LA where you have like those super tiny max buy-ins. I guess that just becomes a shove fest.
Sub 100, I'm in that probably.
Sub 100.
Yeah, 1-2s are
Following sub 100.
it's like either 300 or 500 in Texas, depending on the club that you're in. But yeah, 100 max. That you probably won like 4 or 5 all-ins. John asking, are the Trailblazer tournament winnings reported to the Hendon Mob? Yes, they are. Yeah, the tournament results do get reported to Hendon Mob.
Raised to 160,000.
I imagine this series will go on Hendon Mob as well. I haven't seen mine go up yet, but it usually does take a couple of weeks for results to get sent their way.
8, 1, 2, 3.
Henry with some queens getting sent his way.
4 folds. You got enough skin?
That's why I wanted to run like a smaller one with smaller.
And I think Larry's going to defend his big blinds.
Trailblazer starts on the 31st. Yeah, it's going to be really the first 2 weeks of April, though. Is that the final year? Yeah, yeah. So the season finale. So we're doing
6
one
balls,
more.
160.
We weren't really supposed to, but before I got here, they announced that they were going to have 6 main events for Trailblazer.
Heads up.
Heads up we go. Queens versus Jack 9 of clubs. The TJ Cloutier.
Main event that first week, and then a few other events.
Larry flops top pair. Henry might be getting a double here.
Yeah, there are going to be fights in Dallas, Las Colinas, Spring, and Houston. Oh, okay. Yeah, so they're each going to. The final day's going to be here.
Henry going to see bet and
Next year, yeah, absolutely.
That's 225.
Our season finale though starts the end of this month though.
and Larry has top pair. He's going to be perfectly happy to call here.
You'll have time. We get started on the first. It's our first day of flights.
I don't know that you want to raise. Like, you probably call and then check call off when he shoves turn with his queens.
I'm sorry. Yeah, $800 buy-in, $500K guaranteed. Yeah.
Looks very suspicious, though.
Yeah, it's TCH Live. It's on YouTube. Pull it up here for you and get you the actual link if you'd like. Yeah.
Just rips it. Nope.
That's
makes
a call. That's
Makes
a
a
call.
call.
Those rights are only 25. To the turn we go. Still heads up. Turn is a 10 of hearts. Third heart, but I think Henry's committed at this point. And if he's got it, he's got it. Less than pot behind. Still has an overpair.
I'm all in.
Larry leads all in. Not what Henry wanted.
Yeah, Henry kind of sick.
Front door hearts got there. Jack 10 also just got there on you.
Oh, the even bigger one.
I don't think we can fold, though. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think we can fold it. Also, given his and the other stack sizes, I think that you just have to make a stand here. You don't stand the ladder up much if you by folding and hanging on.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do.
Does Larry think he's going for value, or does he think he's bluffing?
It's a great question. I don't know if he's turning his hand into a bluff here. It could be a combo. He thinks his jack's good some of the times, and he
Flicks
some
it
of the
in.
time and flicks it.
Larry needs a jack or a 9 to eliminate Henry. River is a 3. Queens and 3s for Henry. going to secure the double up. Puts him over 2 million chips.
Wow, what a comeback for Henry.
Henry very much in business, over 25 bigs.
75.
Unfortunate for Larry, he didn't really do anything wrong there. He had a perfectly reasonable big blind defense, and then he flopped top pair, and like, Henry doesn't have enough chips for you to fold top pair.
Yeah. Yeah, hand somewhat played itself.
A little bit more expensive than your normal bicycle deck. Just a tad.
Do have to compliment the gumption of Henry to go ahead and make the call when the hearts get there, and as you mentioned, the likely hand like 10-jack for 2 pair.
That's
But
the only thing I was hoping. I thought you could have an overpair. And I'm like,
One of those spots where you just have to say, well,
it might make sense.
we wanted to get the chips in.
Raymond is very short, but the next ladder is of less significance as, you know, once we get past 5th place, those will become much more important.
5 buy-ins isn't nothing. Raymond's all in with a 10. Probably an ace or another 10 to go with it if I had to guess. Maybe a 9 of spades. Or jack of spades. He's got 10s.
3 and 4 fold.
Over to Henry, who has a really good price. It is 4.5 big blinds. Not quite enough hand, though.
That was before they read the card. That was back when they just had like the little clear camera behind the thing. Yeah.
One's good.
We have any other seats for the other 2 players?
So, Raymond's, what an important blind steal. Keeps him alive in other rounds.
That's pretty good. There's a lot of chips in play.
Or once these people for
You can slide that up a little bit, the blind.
Remember, this is 16 minutes. Yeah, everything we're hearing is 15 minutes ago.
Kristen, do you want me to run this mic back to you? Or?
You want to slide that up for me? Yeah, blind.
One of the players' mics.
Our bot's telling you what to do if you want to play TCH Live in Dallas on Tuesdays. That's usually a big game.
Yes, 180.
Hope you come and watch that, even if you're not going to play.
2 folds, 3 folds. 4 folds.
You just want me to have the dealer hold it in the well when they bust? Or?
6 folds.
Wednesday here in Austin, we've got a 125 Big O game. We stream out of Houston on Thursdays, Rio Grande Valley on Fridays. Weekly Dallas Final Table most Saturdays. So subscribe, get notifications turned on, find out every time we are on.
Time, I think.
So it has to go back in the right bucket.
That's
So
it.
I have to remember.
Holy.
Just double check your card. There you go. 2's good? 2 folds. Okay, you got it. No problem. Okay, now you're good. If I see him like not doing it right, kind of, I look at it for a second. 4 folds. All right. 6 folds. 2.
Henry with the suited Broadways.
Seven makes it 160. Breaks to 160,000. 8 folds.
Goes to the min raise.
One folds. And
Gets it through.
Yep. One good. 80 the easiest way possible, please. Sir, that's too much. Yeah, serious as possible. That's right, that's what I meant.
Once you have
3 folds. 4 folds.
EGK probably getting a little bit impatient here. He's been relatively card dead, and his chip stack's starting to close in on somewhat of the danger zone.
Jacks for Josh. Against the shorty in the big blinds, he could just shove.
One's all in.
Moves all in. Raymond's with king 7.
2 folds.
Not enough for his liking.
Think he calls with king 10 there.
And I would hope so. Josh can have a lot of trash there.
Yeah.
Like, I think really Josh is shoving almost everything if he thinks Raymond's not going to call enough. And really he can shove almost everything, and he's not that far behind it even if he gets called. He usually has 2 live cards, and we're talking about 5 big blinds. So I think that king, like, I haven't looked at the chart in some time, but like a king's probably a call.
Yeah.
Like any king is very possibly a call. Especially when there's not somebody shorter than you that you could wait out. Like, all the eyes are on Raymond's right now. It's either double up or bust. Josh is going to raise button again.
Raise to 180. 1 raises to 180.
This is the moment for Raymond's.
2's all in.
Raymond's has the
His
jacks.
turn with the jacks.
You can put your cards back. You can put your cards back.
Will be 1 over for Josh.
Yeah, he's priced into calling here. Makes the call.
That's what I had last
Needs a queen to eliminate Raymond. Ace 10 10. No queen yet. Nobody with a diamond. Tens full of jacks for Raymond. Will double up.
Wow, up just over $1 million.
We should be approaching a blind increase. Next level will be 5,100. I'm not sure exactly when we hit that.
That's also
Still far from safe.
Get a jumper.
There you go.
But puts him a lot closer to EGK. Pretty soon the onus is going to be on him to get a hand, especially since he's paying the blinds now.
It's pretty amazing the change in mentality. If you doubled to have 1 million chips in this situation, or you went from 3 million to 1 million. Right now, Raymond feels like his stack is rich, but if you're going backwards, it feels much different.
Everything that could go wrong is going wrong for EGK. Like, not only is he not getting hands, everyone shorter than him is doubling, which is the nightmare. That's like me on the bubble. I lose chips, everyone else below me gets chips. And then you're the odd one out.
That is one of the painful moments in poker, right on the bubble as a short stack, watching another short stack double.
EGK not defending the worst ace. The ace 6 offsuit.
Oh, what's up?
You got a
man?
rail.
I'm like, I didn't even know what that was.
You got a rail.
Always. Can you break that?
Yeah, I'm gonna change them both if you don't mind.
Oh God. Oh God. Thank you.
So I need 70. Yeah. Thank you.
80 in the middle. Outside could be whatever you want.
Yeah, not happening.
You didn't split, right?
Thank you. Did you? No, you're good. Yeah. Unless you want to donate the extra. 75K. Yeah.
You guys gonna be worked it out?
I think so.
Change that? All right.
Yeah.
You're up 7.
I should
7
have
folds.
200. 5, 6, 7. Oh no, I think you're right. Right? Because I should have 200 and
You should have 200 and like change. You had nothing else.
so 25 more. Thank you. Yeah.
Right here. 7 and 8 fold. Actions
It's a
on.
good sign that I don't know how to count when we're playing a poker table.
I see racks. I think we're getting near the ends of the level. And I think with the ends of this level, we color up the 5K chips and raise them off.
Yes.
Those white chips, they won't be around after this level.
I'll help condense.
3 folds.
125 is not a valid raise.
This one. We're just coloring up the these.
Um,
Coloring them up.
See if we get a shot of these chips. That's definitely not the right number of playing in 80K big blinds.
Maybe a typo there.
Yeah.
Josh stepped in. Don't worry. Josh stepped in.
Can I get 4 reds?
Whatever it was good enough. It looks like it was 180. And players are going to take a short break.
4 reds.
Going to color up and race off the 5K chips. So, the way this works, everyone sells their 5Ks in increments of 25,000 to one player, usually the chip leader. And then for any extra 5Ks you have, you get a card. The players with the highest cards get rounded up to 25K, which will be the smallest chip in play. And how many 25Ks there are to win depends on how many extra 5Ks there are.
And then we're gonna need.
Looks like we'll be on a 15-minute break.
Not sure if it's the full 15 or if they go a little bit quicker on these streamed final tables. I don't have any notes about how long this break is. But we'll be right here with you on TCH Live the entire way.
This person.
Guys, buttons over here. We never moved at the end of the hand. Okay?
That's correct.
Okay.
So that's another 75,000.
Yeah. 3 reds, please. 3 burgundies.
See the color up happening,
Give
and
me some break luck real quick.
Before you guys go on break, if you want to take your mics off and just leave it on the table.
just tell me what the clock's on.
We don't hear everything you're saying.
You got that especially way too late. Oh, and he gets an ace. Yeah, and I got it. It's the worst ace though. Somebody will get. Doesn't matter.
And we don't have a shot of what the cards are. I see C1 has an ace. He's going to win a chip.
I'm practicing. I need to practice.
Okay, so they took about 15 minutes, maybe a little less. So should be maybe about another 10 minutes before the players are back, 5 to 10 minutes. And
No, I'm talking about Josh Poston. Are you watching, Josh?
in the meantime, let's talk about some things going on here. TCH
No one's watching?
Trailblazer Poker Tour has its final stop of the season here at TCH Social Austin, starting just 2 weeks from now, March 31st,
What do you guys
until April 14th. First weekend headlined by a $500,000 guaranteed main event. $800 buy-in on that. $950,000 in guarantees. Last chance to qualify for those Trailblazer points for the Trailblazer itself. Go through the schedule a little bit here. Let's see, this first week,
They're nervous to play on the stream.
and we start off with a kickoff.
You could tell.
Also, next weekend, we do have some main event flights at the other locations. Dallas, Las Colinas, Spring, and Houston up here for your convenience. So there's a 50K guarantee starting that off.
No, yeah.
And lots of satellites going on. Let's see, the next day there's a Taurus. We start the main event on the 1st, and we also have the Taurus on the 1st. So that's where you swap out the limit hold'em for Deuce to 7 triple draw, my personal favorite.
Sure, you got it.
And then what else have we got? There's a triple draw. There's an OE that's 08 or better, stud 8 or better. There's a progressive knockout tournament, a progressive knockout bounty. That's a really cool format. You almost never see it live. You usually see it online, where you have a bounty and everyone has a bounty. You knock somebody out, you get half of their bounty, in your pocket, and the other half becomes part of your bounty. So the bounties escalate as the tournament goes on, and they continue to stay meaningful. That is cool. I'm looking forward to playing that. That's on Sunday, April 6th. Well, you know what? Maybe I'll be playing the day 2 of the main event, though. I hope I'm busy. I hope I'm
Hopefully
busy deep in the
unable
day 2.
to play.
I hope so. We'll stream the final table here on Monday, April 7th of that main event, the $800 main event. But then there's a whole week of poker after that. There's Big O. There's a $50 bounty. There's a No Medusa 7 single draw. That's another one of my favorites. Some Noman holding deep stacks. There's a PLO.
Yeah, I understand the esports space.
Buy one, get one Mulligan stack. So you get 2 starting stacks for the price of 1. There's a tag team. There's, of course, the free roll on the 13th for those who qualify. I hope I'm one of them. There's a chance that I'm one of them. TexasCardHouse.com for all the details there on the Trailblazer Tour. I am looking forward to that. What are you looking forward to on that stop?
Well, we'll be playing Converse events, I would say. So I'll be in the No Limit Hold'em events, and you'll be able to play all. So for the viewers who have never played, I've got to get it from the expert here. What is it you love so much about single and triple draw deuce 7?
The triple draw, I think, appeals to me a bit more mathematically. It's somewhat more combinatoric game as far as what the possible ranges are given the dead cards that you know about and what you're drawing to. Noah Medusa is a bluffer's game. That's where you look him in the eye, see if he's got it or not. That's a fun one. It's one where aggression pre-draw is also definitely a thing. Randomly leading after the draw. Let's see. Hijack Poker, referral code TCHL20 for $20. Hijackpoker.com there. Some great poker.
Yeah,
Wednesdays in March. This is March. 9 for $99. Buy 9 hours for $99 at Austin. TCH Social Austin.
Great promo.
Tuesdays, you can play all day for $50. $200 high hands every Thursday, every half hour from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. High hands are always a fun one. Every Friday in March, lucky seats. 2 players randomly get $100 every half hour. Cash and tournaments. 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. all March. And then get a free hour. Any tournament you register before the posted start time. Any tournament. You get a free hour of cash play if you register on time. How does that sound?
Yeah, I love that promo. Gets the fields to start early, and if you're both a cash and a tournament player, you can just kind of take $12 off your buy-in because you'll be getting that back from your time in cash.
Really nice promo on that. You can go to TexasCardHouse.com to find out about all the promos at this location or at any of the other locations. Rio Grande Valley, Dallas, Las Colinas, Spring, and Houston. I'm always surprised when I can remember all 6 and not say the same
It's
one
very
twice.
impressive, Lottie, actually.
It's like I've been doing this for a little bit. It's not quite my first day in the booth.
That Tuesday promo is great, too. If you want to play with me, you can probably find me here on a Tuesday. The $50 all day is an excellent deal. If you play or plan to play more than 4 hours or so, you're basically playing for free the rest of your day. So awesome promo there to get great value for an entire day of poker. If you have a desire to play an extra long session and want to do it for cheap, Tuesday's the day to do it. As you see, Kristen, our production host, so she is in the box right now. She typically is in the back taking the commands from the dealer, entering all the data into the system, the bet sizes, who the action is on, which adjusts the camera angles. So
I know I'm not
a lot of work done off the screen by Kristen and others
open up, or I don't have
as they get all the stacks
and I'm just like getting scared.
correct here, taking the 5Ks off.
we started at 6. The stream starts at 6:30, so it's delayed about 30 minutes. Yeah. So yeah. Let's just hope I can catch some hands.
Also, as mentioned previously, the Hijack Poker app, great way to play poker in Texas. This is exclusive to Texas players. Great for
I know it does.
TCH players. If you're already a member of one of the card houses at our 6 locations, you can use the code TCHL20 to get $20 to start your bankroll on Hijack Poker. I play on there basically every day. Finished 4th in a tournament this afternoon, fortunately. Started my entire bankroll on there from this code specifically. And the wonderful thing is you don't have to wait on cash outs. If you want to cash out, you can do it multiple ways, but one way is to just submit a cash out, and you can go pick up your cash out or your cash at the cage at any TCH location, just as you would cash out tournament win or your cash winnings at one of the tables here live.
Well, listen, my goal is to at least get to 5th. I think 5th is like
great action.
8,000, I think.
Given you, it's exclusive to Texas. You can find me on there. I am Whammo.
I'm trying my best.
See me on any of the tournament or cash game tables. We'll get things fired up here shortly. The players are already back at the table and have been for a few minutes here. So we'll be restarting momentarily. Thanks everybody for joining us today.
My goal is to get to 5th. If I can get to 5th.
If you have a random question, it'd be a great time to chat it.
I'm locked up at 5,000. That's good, you know. But
Lottie and I will do what we can to get back to you.
You did? That's awesome.
Players here playing for some big money for a $300 buy-in. We had multiple flights, so this is actually day 3 for these players. So there was day 1 flights all of last week, as well as day 2 down to the final table yesterday afternoon. And this is your final 9, now down to 7. So all of these players have locked up just over 5K.
To go up to Dallas and spend the night. Well,
all hoping for that big score of 31-118 up top.
I don't know. We'll have to think about it. We'll either leave Thursday night or Friday morning. Probably Thursday night's better. And then we could probably come home after the appointment. And then I'll just arrange for movers to come Saturday. Okay, I love you. I love you. Thank you, my love. Bye. Bye.
Fridays in March are cash giveaway every 30 minutes, 2 players chosen, and you'll win $100 each. I've had a little run good in the cash giveaway. I won $100 this last week. It's as simple as they walk up and hand you a $100 bill. It doesn't get easier than that. As long as you're logged into one of the cash game tables or in a tournament, you qualify.
I just realized I took the mic with me.
It's like players are coming back to their seats. We'll be restarting here momentarily. There's a question in the chat about the 1-2 nugget game with the 10K stacks. I've heard of this game. I don't know what the standard opening is, but I imagine
it probably
it's
varies
quite
from
large.
night to night. It probably varies based on like the stacks and the attitudes of the players. Like maybe some days it's like, or some hours, like 10 in the morning on a Sunday, it's probably like $10.
Yeah.
And then there's probably times where it's $100.
Yes, absolutely. Do you know anybody that's played in that?
I'm sure I know people, but I haven't really exchanged stories with anybody. I've never played in that game. I'm not down at the Nugget very often when I'm in Vegas. Maybe something to do this summer. Check out the silly uncapped one too. I mean, the blinds hardly mean anything once it's uncapped and people are actually buying in for piles. Just stick your whole roll on the table, right?
I've heard some legendary stories. There's people running couple hundred up to 20K, and I've also heard the opposite.
Yeah. Don't actually stick your whole roll on the table. Be responsible.
They are oversized. They're a little bit bigger than the other ones. Those are 500,000 each.
Hear that? We have 500,000 chips on the table now. Those green chips are blackish chips.
For final table, it should be a time chip.
I am not opposed to it.
So,
Yeah, whole roll on the table tends to affect decision making, I would say.
yeah, you see that even in like some content where you have somebody who's saying, "I'm putting my whole bankroll on the table. I'm putting all my money on the line," and then you see them make decisions that maybe wouldn't get made if this were a less meaningful amount of money.
I believe I know exactly what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
like there's one person in particular that comes to mind, but there are other parties who have done similar things, like they're playing in over their head and it's affecting their decisions. Like even if it's not their entire identity.
It does make for entertaining content, but yeah, I can think of one specific scenario where that was well known and the player got bluffed off of the best hand.
Like if you're going to do that, if you're going to put your entire roll on the table, for the love of God, don't announce it to the whole world.
Yeah. Tell everyone after the game, not before.
Hunters stopped going to other rooms because there's no action like TCH action. Glad you're enjoying it. Which location? Austin or one of the other ones? Good action at any of the 6 locations. Some action happening on the table. We have poker again. How was that for 15 minutes of filler?
Let them fly.
50, 100, 100 on the blinds. 5K chips are history.
8 folds, 1 folds, 2 folds.
It's an interesting moment in the tournament. So, like, except maybe the late regs, like there aren't 25Ks in a starting stack. Like the 5Ks are the biggest chip in your starting stack. Those are gone now. Like you're as far removed from the beginning of the tournament as possible. You don't even have the physical chips anymore.
That is always an interesting feeling to sit down and look at a single chip that's a entire starting stack.
Yeah, was it 25 starting on this?
I believe it was 30.
Hey, Hunter's in the Dallas Las Colinas area. Yeah, those are both great rooms. I've been up there. Like usually I get up there when there's a tournament series up there. I show up, I fire the main, I fire some mixed events. There was a whole day where I got to play deuce up there a month or 2 back with the Trailblazers stop there.
Cash game?
And no, tournaments. Like they had the triple, they had the no limit deuce, and then they had the triple draw. Like after the no limit deuce, late reg closed. Perfect for when you take the bad beat right at the late reg, you just hop in the triple draw. Yeah, great rooms up there. Austin and Las Colinas both have a bar and restaurant as far as the locations go. There's some other locations that have bars. Spring has one. Houston has one. Dallas has one. I don't know about RGB. But Dallas, no, I don't think Dallas has a bar. Dallas has, they have sodas. They have, I think, bring your own. I'm not sure. Not sure what Dallas has, come to think of it, apart from sodas and snacks and stuff. But and I couldn't tell you what RGV has. I've never been down there. We have Josh going for the min raise with his ace jack. 500,000 chips doesn't go as far as it used to. It's only 51 bigs. We have Henry calling with the king queen. Matt has a lot more chips than that. That graphic is wrong. So he's got some 500,000 chips in front of him. He's got a bunch of 100Ks. He's got a few million.
I think he came to the break with around 4 million approximately.
I'm sure we'll get that sorted out real soon. King Jack 9. Henry has the best hands. Josh does have middle pair.
8 checks.
Can't feel great. This probably checks through. Matt's got a gutter, as does Henry. Yeah, there we go. We've corrected Matt to 4 million chips. 10 ball. Henry and Matt both have a straight. And now Josh needs one of those 2 remaining queens in order to take the pot.
8 checks. One checks.
We check through. Jack pairs on the end. Josh improves the trips, but loses to any queen.
Seven checks.
Interested to see what Matt wants to do here. Josh is going to be incentivized to see if his trip jacks are good, even with the 4-liner to the straight, but see what bet size he goes with.
It bets 1,050,000.
Wow, over bets the pot.
Perhaps thinking that we would have heard from a boat by now, or a hand that has a boat now.
Say that one more time.
Could even be trying to get someone off a chop here.
Yeah, me too, as I said it.
I think with a player behind him, Josh is probably not calling with the trips. If he were closing the action, he might be more inclined to bluff catch, but it's not the situation. Would be a lot of chips. But you know what? Josh has done a lot of calling tonight. Maybe that's Matt's thinking. Maybe he thinks that Josh is a little bit too happy to call, and he's attacking that vulnerability.
Is he shuffling yet?
And I think it would work if he didn't have Henry behind him. With Henry behind him, that's, it's much more dangerous to make the call.
Yeah, and Josh losing to just about all the other jacks that Matt
he calls
would have. And
wow. This is interesting for Henry because he's sitting there with the queen. He loses to ace queen as he loses to anything that randomly voted.
Wow.
He folds his straight.
What a move by Matt.
Matt with the power move. Everything he gave Josh, he's getting back.
Nice hand.
All those bluffs just bought him this pot.
I almost folded. Nice hand.
And you really don't blame Henry there. Once you see the overbet and a call,
like you just have the naked queen. You don't even have ace queen.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of chips. Like that would have been a lot of Henry's chips. Like he'd be sub 10 bigs if he called and did not win. And he'd be calling for a chop is the thing. Like on what planet do neither of those guys have a queen?
Absolutely. Yeah, and Matt, I mean.
Which means your pot odds are half of what they would normally be. Because you stand to win half as much.
Move of the night there for Matt. Brings him into the chip lead. $5.5 million.
Thank you.
I didn't think I had it.
Perfect.
Nikki loving the triple draw love. I love some triple draw. That's one of my can't miss events of the series. The deuce to 7 triple draw at the very least. And like that's a thing that'll go to other casinos for. Like I'll go out of my way. Like my can't miss is like the dealer's choice, the no limit deuce, the shootout, and the deuce to 7 triple draw. The big can't miss events for me. I see. I have a Hold'em event on that list. Shootout's a
Kudos.
Hold'em event. Kiwi's back. Welcome back, Kiwi. We still have 7 players.
Yeah, we've been sitting on 7 for quite a while.
One makes it 650. Raise to 650.
Pretty spicy 3-bet there from Josh. Gio's
3 calls.
not going anywhere, makes the call.
One makes it 750. 750,000.
Half pot from Josh. Betting into Gio. Good flop for big blinds.
Yeah, I think these are going to be going into the muck. He really doesn't connect with this board whatsoever, except for a distant backdoor heart draw. Lets it go.
And like he might just shove turn, given the given the stack that he'd have behind. Like, does he want to end up calling off most of his chips with king high? Probably not. That's the important thing to remember. The hand's not over. Like, once you call that first bet, the hand's not over. There could be another bet.
Easy way.
Scott says, if I'm ever in Jersey, come to Borgata if I want action. I've never played there. I'm from New York. I've never played in New York. I've never been to Atlantic City. I've randomly spent a day up in Connecticut a couple of times. But I have never played in New Jersey.
I'd like to play at the Borgata at some point. I've been hearing about the poker there since I was in college, so might be a not bucket list, but a thing to do next time I'm in the Northeast.
7 folds. 8 folds.
You have said that before, Lottie. I am shocked that you have not yet played in Atlantic City or
It's
the
kind of
Borgata.
far from Long Island. Like, it's hours to drive from like the middle of Long Island down to Atlantic City. You got to go through the city.
It's like Texas close.
Texas close is closer.
Really?
Like, it's quicker for me to get in the car and drive up to Dallas right now.
Oh, wow. That is, yeah.
Like I might even be able to get to Oklahoma in the amount of time it takes. Brendan, yeah, this is deep. Like, we got to final table, and it's deep. You know what? 40-minute blinds. This is what 40-minute blinds will do. This generous structure is rewarding us with an evening of a lot of poker. Good to see you. Yeah, average stack was a lot. Yes, it was. Like 60 bigs. That sounds about right. So I'll tell you before the show, like, I did the math and I looked at the structure sheet, and I won't tell you what the number is, but Kyle and I have made a bet on how long this final table is going to last. And the loser has to buy dessert for the winner.
And I'm feeling less and less good about my end of this bet.
He took the under. We'll reveal the number either at the end of the show or when we cross the line, whichever comes first.
8 checks.
In fact, I'm going to set my phone to remind me.
1 check.
Put it this way: if we, hopefully, for my sake, we're revealing it at the end of the show. For crossing the line, that would be the Lottie line. Typically, the 15% VPIP line.
I wouldn't say it's messed up. I'd say it's a generous structure, and you're playing for 30 grand. You don't want to necessarily feel rushed. I got nowhere to be tonight.
It makes it 700,000. 1 folds.
If I was out there playing for 30 grand, I got nothing better to do than play for 30 grand.
Absolutely. Trust me, these players don't feel like the structure is too slow.
Get the payouts up real quick. This is what we're playing for. Everybody remaining has locked up $5,080. $31,118 US dollars up top. I know there's some places they like the turbos, like they can't get you out of there fast enough. Not us. At least not with this tournament.
Six folds.
Makes for a lot more interesting poker to watch, in my opinion, as well. Just watching people jam is less interesting than the post-flop decisions.
One fold, two folds.
In many cases.
And that hand not long ago where we end up with a straight folding river.
Four checks is an option.
And a river overbet typically wouldn't have enough chips to have a move like that.
King 6-5. Middle pair for EGK.
3 bets 150.
He's made a hand. He's been waiting a long time to make a hand.
Been very patient and card dead.
Sadly, it's middle pair. Blind versus blinds. Like, middle pair is really good. Blind versus blinds.
Problem is as you mentioned, he's got to call this
All
150K.
in.
He rips it.
Now he's
Nice
all in.
rip.
You know what? If you've got a king, good for you. If you got a combo draw, good for you. And he gets it through. Yeah, I it's not often that you see a structure like this. I haven't looked at the structure for the 800 man yet, but yeah, like this is Nikki. Yeah, this is slightly slower than some other final tables that we've done in the past. But you know, this is a main for a series, and this is what they decide to give us. I don't know how they made that decision, but glad we've got this. Like I know it's usually like half an hour levels in Dallas, I think, when we do those.
Good. Okay.
But yeah, this is quicker, and sorry. Yeah, and you, like you said, you don't get this very often, especially around here.
One makes it 200,000.
Josh going for the min raise. Down below 5 million. It's been a little bit since he's been below 5 million.
Again? Give me a favor.
Raymond
Okay.
decides this is the moment. Ace 10.
You're good.
Sounds good to me. Good luck, Raymond.
Picking the right spot here.
Four folds.
Decent chance this gets through.
Back up on the screen.
8, 9.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's a connection.
Larry with the suited ace is going to ask for a count, but I believe this ace 8 is going to end up in the muck here. Be for nearly half his chips, about 40%.
Yeah, ace 8, not quite enough kicker. And Josh follows suit. Okay, so it's 40 minutes in Dallas. Okay, good to know. I haven't played the monthly in Dallas yet since that's 3 hours for me, and I just haven't decided that's the way to spend a weekend yet. Yeah, I don't know what levels they have in Dallas that we do or don't have here. The levels here are pretty good. So looking at the structure, we're at 5,100 now. Next level is 75-125. Then we have 75-150. Nice and slow. And 100, 200. 125, 250. 150, 300. It's nice and slow. It's not going to be a situation where everybody has 15 bigs and we just hang on for dear life and hope we win the flip.
Watch a jam fest. Yeah.
Back in the day, we had a bunch of those on the show, and we used to do the weekly Sunday final table.
7 checks is option. We are heads up.
Like even the biggest structure net would not complain about this structure. Henry's still good with his fives. Blind versus blinds.
That's 125.
You didn't check an ace to me pre-flop now, did you? Or did you hit the 9?
All right, Larry lets it go. Rebel will play that even bigger one in Dallas, the monthly tournament that we alluded to. Quarter mil guarantee. Usually the last weekend of the month. Unless there's some special series going on. And yeah, that's worth playing as well. That's why I said we stream the Saturday final table most Saturdays in Dallas. So that one, the final table happens on, I think they usually finish it on Sunday. I don't think they go to Monday. But don't hold me to that. I honestly don't know. Rebel Poker, we hope to see you there. Sometime between now and 2028.
4 folds.
Now keep stacking in your games like wherever you're playing, and maybe you can chase the dream. Okay, so it happens on Mondays. Thank you for setting me straight, Mitchell.
8 calls. 1 heads up.
And Geo flaps a straight.
8 checks.
Fortunately, Matt with
nothing.
As much of a nothing burger as you can have.
He has less than nothing with his 7-4 offsuit, but when you defend with 7-4 offsuit, usually you flat less than nothing, and that's just how it is. And Gio can't even get his chips out there before Matt folds.
One for me today.
Seen a couple of flap straights tonight. As we look at these chip counts, a couple of players sub 15, Raymond and EGK. The shortest, Henry, not that far ahead of them. And you got Matt, the chip leader, and then Josh and Gio are also among the halves here.
200,000. Raise to 200,000.
In raise from Raymond, ace 10 suited.
Three folds, 4 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds.
Down to Josh.
And 1 folds, and it's gonna be
everyone folds.
All right.
Nice pickup for Raymond.
Right in time to be in the blinds. Stinks. You pick the chips up, you got to just put them right back in the pot.
I hate that feeling. Yeah.
Great blinds.
Don't even get to put the chips back into your stack. You just have to put them right back out there.
At least they didn't go up on him.
Earns you a free orbit, though. Gio with a playable ace-jack suited. Under the gun.
4 folds.
4s get out of there. Yeah, those little pairs lose value in this spot.
7 folds. 8 folds. 1 fold.
Yeah, it's a common mistake I see cash game players make in tournaments is continuing to overvalue the smaller pairs when the stack sizes don't give you the right odds for set flopping.
And not great odds to flop a set. Also, you could get popped behind you. Like somebody could pop you.
Worst case scenario.
That's not good. Like you can't continue against the 3-bet. And you also don't have a lot of chips to spare right now. Like any scenario where you lose the pot is going to have you way behind the next guy. And that also reduces the chance of you even just laddering.
6 folds.
And this next ladder is $1,510. That's 3 buy-ins. That's When 3 buy-ins? No, it's 5
5
buy-ins.
buy-ins, yeah.
I can't do math at this hour. Yeah, I'd hate to just give up 5 buy-ins. I usually do that on day 1. That's when I give up 5 buy-ins. And Josh opens the king queen. Raymond could shove ace jack.
C2 calls 225.
Chooses the flat from the small blinds. See if this ropes Geo into thinking he's got pot odds, and no, he's going to resist temptation.
All right, heads up.
His body language said that's exactly what he was doing too. Begrudgingly folds and would have flopped.
He would have flopped a pair. He would have been toast against Raymond's trip jacks.
Monster flop here for Raymond. He's going to check it over.
This graphic is wrong. The hand is still going. Josh's action. Josh going to put in a c-bet, which he'll probably never see again. Goes small. Raymond, do you think he just calls?
Yeah, and it had the advantage of seeing that's what he's doing. But yeah, I think it's pretty much automatic just call there.
And he's got pot behind. He can shove river if this goes check, check.
Now does he check again?
2 flush draws on the board. Does have the ace of diamonds. Makes it a little bit less likely he's up against the diamond draw. 10-9 does get there.
1 checks.
Check, check. Backdoor diamonds get there on this 3 river.
2 checks.
Raymond checks.
1 check. Showdown, please.
Check, check. He's not going to get any further value out of these trips.
All right.
Yeah, and I actually like the river check there. A lot of people will get a little anxious to extract value, but I think Raymond kind of read Josh for having exactly what he did, which was nothing.
Yeah.
The only way he can get more chips in the pot is to try to entice a bluff.
BMW Driven giving us the reminder that Trailblazer Tour is coming to TCH Social Austin, March 31st to April 14th. 15 events, $500,000 guaranteed main event, $950K in guarantees.
6 folds.
Definitely check that out if you're going to be around Austin, or come over to Austin and check that out. You can do that too. I will fire as much of that as I can. I'm in 53rd right now. I'm in the outside looking in of that free roll. I want in. I think Gio wants in. He has ace king. He wants into this pot.
Ace king versus mini ace king.
Three makes it 500.
500 the 3-bet. And we have 10s for EGK.
It's all going in.
Like, man, I wanted to shove this hand, but now I don't know.
Yeah, this is a tough spot.
There's no reason either of these guys can't just have the nuts. And the other thing is, like, maybe something silly happens between the two of them and you just ladder. Like, once they're both in there, once you have 2 players in there, from an ICM standpoint, you got to be really careful with what you're playing, because you could just ladder. He's gonna.
Yeah,
we've seen this before tonight. Somebody just folds 10s.
Yeah, I think the other factor there is that based on the 3-bet size and what he has remaining, if he comes over the top, he's never just winning the pot right there. He's always going to have to see all 5.
8 calls.
Okay, we're going to take a flop heads up. Ace king versus ace 5 of hearts. There's the 5 for Matt. He does flop a pair. Gio with the backdoor diamonds.
3 checks.
Ace king checking it over. Check, check. Ooh, potential trouble for Gio. Turns top pair, top kicker. Matt with aces up, though.
Brutal turn there for Gio. Thinks he just hit his gin card.
He's hit enough to pay Matt.
That's 300,000.
Goes a quarter pot. Two flush draws out there.
Question is, do you raise now or raise later?
It's tricky. You'd like some protection against the flush draws. You'd also like it such, and the argument for calling as well, though, same thing. If one of those flushes gets there, you're probably just facing a reasonable size bet on the river instead of an all-in on the river. If you raise, you're going to make stack to pot to where you're going to be facing an all-in potentially from Gio on the river. And with these short stacks around, we don't want to be playing all-ins for 3 million chips. He does just call. He pot controls. 6 of spades. So all the flushes miss. Not going to feel a lot better about ace-5.
Yeah, I like the check call Gio's going for here. Trying not to bloat this pot anymore. He just has one pair, albeit the best pair, best kicker. So Matt knows he's got the best hand now. He's just trying to figure out how much value to go for.
I think you can polarize here. I think we could go like $1.5 million. It would really suck if you get jammed on for the extra $1.5 million, but
It bets 2 million.
oh, he goes 2 million. He overbets
Super
slightly.
polar. Wow, and Gio's in poker agony and makes the call.
Makes the call, and just like that, Gio is cut down to under 11 big blinds.
You called it, Lottie. He just went absolutely polar there. And this is the second time he's a move with an overbet has paid off huge for Matt.
And now Gio is slightly behind EJK. That said, EJK is going to get the blind first.
We're going to see it in 20 minutes.
And Matt's really separating himself here. He has about a 5 million chip lead over second place.
More than double second place.
Got about 40% of the chips in play.
That's a lucky turn for sure.
7 folds. 8 makes it 200.
Matt has 2 aces now, which that's not fair. He's the chip leader.
Yeah,
and now he has aces.
Just what the chip leader needed is a couple of aces.
Looks like it's folded to the big blinds.
6 calls, 200. Revs up.
Suited broadways, he's got to defend. Here we go to the flop. Queen 10 of spades against aces. Open ender for Larry.
Wow.
6 check.
Quick check from Larry. What does Matt do? Pretty connected board. No flush draw, but with the king and the jack out there, that's going to...
Min bet. Makes it 100K. Larry could defend fairly wide. He wants to get called by any random pair. Probably doesn't want to give a cheap price to an open ender, which he's just done. And here we go to the turn. Ace or a 9. No, it's a deuce. Ace is still ahead. Larry down to an ace or a 9 on the river, if we get there. Over to Matt. I think he can go a bit bigger this time.
Eight bets 525.
525 it is. Are you going to have to pay to see that river? If he bricks, he's right in Shortyville with everyone else.
Yeah, I got to let it go.
Fold. As there's still some separation between him and the two shortest stacks. There's still some ladders potentially in play. Give you a reminder of these payouts. Right now, 5,080 is what these players are taking home. 6,590 is next, and 8,640. So there's a few $1,000s if you can just outlast those two short stacks.
Yeah, about 10 big blind, or excuse me, 10 buy-ins for outlasting EGK and Geo. Geo, just that brutal spot there, had played pretty much perfectly up to this point.
So I like all the flatting from Larry there. I think if we don't have the ICM pressure, potentially there's a check raise at some point, but certainly not now. Tournament life is just way too valuable, and now he's going to give a walk. 7 deuce, certainly not playable. Glad to have you all here with us for this final table, our spring shuffle main event from TCH Social Austin. William Lottie and Kyle Frisbee with you. If you're enjoying this, let YouTube know by pressing that like button, if you don't mind. There's hundreds of you here. We don't have hundreds of likes quite yet, but hopefully we're on the way to hundreds of likes. I think we can do it. Subscribe if you want to see more of this. We're on at least 5 days a week. Cash games, big and small, tournaments.
Four's all in.
EGK jamming the king-queen off from the cutoff. Larry with nothing. 7-4. He'll get out of there.
6 folds.
Can't double down.
7 folds.
There was the one hand he tried to double down. That didn't
Yeah,
work,
he
though.
did early on in the 8-3.
Call him mid-raise. Not afraid to sweat.
EGK will add 25% to his stack.
Nice outcome. Chipping up just a little bit.
10's a sweaty card.
Yeah, that is a sweaty card.
6.
Oh yeah. Powerful card. What you
Nobody likes 16.
Gonna be a battle between him and Geo.
Suited too. I can flop a straight flush. Oh wait, no, I call.
2 folds. 3 folds. Four folds. 6 makes 250.
Larry with the ace queen. Quarter mil, the open. Matt with ace jack in the small blinds. Big chip lead. I wouldn't be shocked if he just shoved on Larry. Applied maximum pressure given the current chip dynamics.
Yeah, Matt's shown he's not afraid to use his chips as a weapon.
I think this is another spot where call is probably the worst option. What do you think?
I completely agree.
And this is a 3-bet and
900,000.
900,000. So that will convey the message that we want to get in. Also saves a little room in case you get 4-bet behind you. You know, somebody wakes up with aces in the big blinds. Larry with ace queen, facing a bet for most of his chips.
Getting the sense here with some of his bet sizing and just general game. Matt's a pretty experienced tournament player. Not familiar with his background, but impressive so far.
Certainly getting that vibe. I think we're compelled to go with it here. I don't know about you. What do you guys think in the chat? Are we going with ace queen?
We know he would have him dominated, but if I had to guess, I feel like Larry's may let this go.
And it's not feeling very strong. And honestly, We all have horror stories with ace queen. If we play long enough, we all have horror stories with his hands, even if we're ahead.
My most recent was yesterday, Lottie, for sure.
Yep. Okay, so Skull Mike is chiming in that Matt is a legend. So, okay, if he's a legend, then he knows what he's doing probably. And
yeah, it's very apparent.
He's good enough to apply this pressure. He knows what he's doing. And I think Larry could fold a lot of pairs. Like, if you're Larry, you're sitting there with eights. What are you doing? Scott says jam. I think this is the bet that we made especially when we go 250 instead of a min raise. I think this is the bet we're making for ourselves by raising. And it's not like you're raising into shorties either. You're raising into stacks that cover you. Millions of earnings. Okay. Yeah, I don't have names and bios on these players, so I got to believe you. Like I actually don't know the backgrounds of a lot of these guys, or really any of these guys.
Yeah, some of the moves he's made make that not surprising at all.
Top says jam. He jams. And Matt's committed.
He will be
Matt
very
is pipped.
pleased to see the ace jack here.
Can Larry holds 3.5 million chips, so 3.75 million. They both flop trips.
Wow.
There's a deuce of spades and a 6, and Larry gonna double. Even before I could say Larry has a spade draw.
Wow, huge hand there for Larry. That's gonna probably earn him several $1,000s in the end here.
DQ says all in, jam it. You got your wish.
Tough spot because of the short stacks and laddering up. And ace queen is a common, I don't want to bust this fucking tournament with an ace queen.
All right, gentlemen.
And I turned it over. He turned it over, and you're like ace king.
Blinds are up.
We just got Larry back here. He can,
yeah, Larry he shares the same.
Yeah, everything I'm thinking. And yeah, as you hear, blinds are going up. I believe it's 75, 125. 75, 125, 125.
Perfect, thank you.
Not a huge increase, but it is an increase and pushes Geo below 10 big blinds. EGK
Good use of the tank.
is just above 10 bigs.
Three folds. 4 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds.
Matt on the button, still with a huge stack, even after that small setback. Still over 45 bigs. I believe that's still chip lead. Raises that button. And Josh has 10s. I think Matt's about to have another setback.
Yeah, we've seen 10s folded pre-flop a couple times, but
not this time. It
not
hasn't been
this
3-bet to him. It's an open from a chip leader on the button. Josh going to 3-bet.
850. 850,000. 2 folds.
850 the 3-bet and
850 to play.
And 6-5 offsuit is trash. It'll be a really psychotic play to shove, and you know, with the shorties around, but I think 6-5 is just going to fold. Yes, he folds. Matt knows better than to do that. Josh picks up a few chips. Him and Matt have been playing a lot of pots together tonight. It's been fun to watch.
Speaking of those two, they're first and second in chips. Matt with a considerable lead, but Larry after that big double up in a solid third place, very close behind Josh for second. Geo, life support, along with EGK.
4 folds.
Less than 10 bigs
6 folds.
for Geo, that is. EGK right about 10.
7 folds. 8 folds. One's all in.
All in, says Josh, on the button with an ace.
Folds.
And Big Blind's going to call for his tournament life. Ace 10 is the hand for Geo. Can he hold against the ace 6? Oh, can he ever? Aces up. And he will secure the double up here. Aces and 10s with a king. Geo gets a crucial double up
850.
at the expense of Josh.
950.
Cut down to 3 million chips. Geo over 2 again.
Big double there for Geo.
Mike wants to see payouts again. Well, I mean, we're getting close to where we're going to lose a player probably given these stacks. So here are the payouts again. They've all locked up 5,000, 65.90 the next jump, 31K up top.
King for a chop.
We don't have a payout commands, but if you ask nicely enough, I will click the button to put the payouts up.
First couple of eliminations came reasonably quickly, but been sitting on 7 players for some time, a couple of blind levels.
Now we've had a few short stacks double up, and
6 folds.
we've had some very solid poker. We haven't had any really panicked desperation moves. We haven't seen any sort of, blast offs like you see sometimes.
I don't think we've had a short stack get it in behind yet since the first couple of eliminations. So.
Yeah, that too. Like it just hasn't happened. We haven't had a lot of the massive callers. And this is how you play a 2-hour bubble.
Right. Certainly been there.
3 folds. 4 folds. And we're heads up to it.
Matt and Josh going to go another round. Jack 10 versus 6s. 8-5 deuce favors the 6s. If you're not going to flop a set, that's not a bad board to get.
Yeah, reasonably favorable for a pair of 6s here.
Yeah, touche. Exactly. I love it. It's allowed me to survive the most.
But Matt's going to keep the pressure out.
It makes it 4 1/4.
Pretty. Yeah.
We're 25. That's as close as you can get to the fun number given the denominations in play. We don't have the 5Ks anymore. Josh calls. 1.6 million in the middle. Little over, about 1.5 times pot behind. Turn pairs the 5. If Josh was good, he's probably still good. Is Matt going to put him to the test? Or are the graphics going to completely glitch out?
Larry, unfortunately, not in the hand.
8 checks.
So Matt is checked over to Josh. It's like he's hitting the brakes here. See what Josh says to do. I mean,
8-5-5 deuce. That wouldn't surprise me if he just checks back.
Yeah, I would agree with the check back here.
I don't know what this board is. I think we scanned some Mux cards.
Looks like we're getting caught back up here. I believe the turn's a 5.
Kristen furiously pressing buttons. Queen on the end. So Jack high no good for Matt. Question is, will he bluff? Given the history, is he inclined to bluff at all? This has not worked against Josh.
He is overbet bluffed in somewhat similar spots. If he does it each time, he's had the best hand as well. So
he did get Josh the last time with the
Check.
straight versus
Showdown.
trips.
1 checks.
Check, check.
Jack high. 6s, 5s and 6s.
nice pot there for Josh.
6s and 5s. That's yours.
Nice hand.
That's good.
$70 hands into this final table.
How is that 7?
Still 7 players remaining. In the chat, what do you all think? Is Matt going to finish the job, or is somebody going to mount a comeback?
It makes it 250. Race to 250,000.
Matt daring his opponents to come and take it. Queen 3 suited in the low jack.
1 fold.
See what Raymond has here. He's reaching for chips.
All in.
2 is all
And
in.
he's
All
gonna
in.
rip.
He has at least 1 jack. I'm guessing he has 2 jacks.
Yeah, you got it. Cards, yeah, scan.
Maybe the ace of clubs.
I'm going to get the other card.
Two
Yeah, 2
jacks.
jacks. Going to get him scans, and they're both jacks.
4 folds.
Larry's like, man, I wanted to see a flop.
And
Quick fold from Matt. So Raymond's collecting the blinds plus that raise.
Very nice chip up. Gets him back up over 2 million.
Rockets all the way up to 4th place.
Yeah, EGK, the next man up to have to make a move here.
Going to have to get a hand.
On the button.
Playing 75, 125, 125 blinds. So that is 325 in orbit.
8 folds.
He's got a few orbits before he blinds out.
3 folds.
He's got about 2 orbits before he blinds out since he's on the button. Hit the blinds again.
5 folds. The walk. No, that's yours. That's yours.
Oh, walk for Henry with the tanks. Slightly unfortunate.
I think he would have preferred a chance to jam.
All right.
5 of them? Yeah.
Too ambitious. It would have been cool.
Yeah.
But every time you pick up blinds in this spot, yeah, that's huge. That's another round of blinds that you have cushion over the next player. So now even if EGK doubles, the gap's not that far between the two of you. And Henry's almost caught up to Gio just by essentially not paying the blinds that round.
3 folds.
Yeah, the blind's catching up to some of these stack sizes. I haven't had an elimination in a while, but I wouldn't be surprised if we have a couple relatively soon.
3 is not the hand he's taking a stand with.
7 folds. That's everyone.
And Matt, not going to have to work for these blinds. He had an ace.
Yeah, a little surprised to see the 3s fold there. What do you think?
I'm fine with the folds. Honestly, I'm totally fine with folding the 3s.
25.
They're not that great. But you're not going to get called by anything you're dominating. And there is always the chance that Henry or Gio goes broke before you. We have a little bit of time. We got another orbit. Quana on Team EGK. Well, hopefully your guy finds a double.
3 folds.
Good to see you. Good to see all of you in the chat. Thank you all so much for being here tonight.
4 is all in.
Ace 6, this is the moment. Not the 3s, but the ace 6.
6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds.
And we get to, nope. He gets to the big blind, he gets it through. Big pickup for EGK.
Played a lot of poker with EGK, almost weekly here at TCH.
I was live.
I wish.
Yeah.
Fun tournament player to play with.
9 high.
Don't even know what that looks like.
Gets himself above 10 bigs again. Just barely.
I can tell you what every single deuce looks like, though.
Every single one?
All of them.
All of them. 3 folds.
Kawana McDaniel in chat says Team EGK. I'm sure glad to see him pick up those 350K chips, and he's all in again now with ace-9 off from the low jack.
As those 7 folds. 8 folding. 1 folds, as does 2.
Gets another one through.
Yeah, nice.
Just like that, that's 5 bigs in 2 hands. That's 50% more chips for him in 2 hands.
Just stealing blinds gets him almost caught up to Henry.
Didn't even have to see a flop. His under the gun this hand, so those blinds will be getting put back in momentarily. Don't think he's going to let it ride with the queen 9.
Get it out of your system.
China.
Wish I had more.
Getting a little good-natured ripping about getting his ripping it out of the system. And Henry's got the Cowboys.
Maybe we see a min raise.
7 makes it 250. 8 folds.
Why don't think that there's a world where he doesn't have the nuts and he can fold?
2 calls, 250.
Call from Raymond's with the suited ace.
And 3 folds. We are heads up.
Short stack's going to go to battle. Ace Jack of clubs versus the Red Kings.
One of the 3 of us is in a pot.
Ace
is up
flop.
for Raymond's. Of course there's an ace on a flop. He's got kings. There's got to be an ace. That's the rule. Raymond's going to let him know he has an ace, though.
Yeah, it kind of lets him off the hook with that lead out. Able to easily get away from the kings.
That was a lot of spades. Probably wants to shut that down
True.
before a spade appears, but yeah, that does feel like I got it, I got it, I got it.
Yeah, it would have been interesting if Henry had the king of spades there.
Yeah.
As played, Henry gets away with minimal damage. Unfortunate not to get value from your kings, though. And that will make him the short stack now.
6 folds. 7 folds. 8 makes it 250. Raise to 250. 1 folds. 2 calls, 250.
Gio with queens against the raise and a call.
Beautiful spot. Easy rip.
He
Already
rips,
825.
and he rips and he gets 50% more chips without seeing a flop, probably.
Just
Doesn't,
flats.
not all of it. No, that's a raise.
Oh, it is a raise. Okay.
Yeah, there's some
there's
some
green
half-million
out there.
chips out there. I think that's 1.1. Yeah, 1.1. And this will also get through.
What are your thoughts about the 3-bet leaving yourself a negligible amount behind? Personally, I feel like oftentimes that looks stronger than just a rip. Seems like a lot of times that is your premium pairs, whereas if a player's going to squeeze with a hand like ace-queen off, they're certainly not making that raise. They're just ripping.
And I think that
Seven
the
folds.
better players will have a few weaker hands in there where they'll fold if both players go all in behind them.
8 makes it 250.
Then you just ladder. Like Ace Queen, for example, is a hand where you could do
9
that.
folds. 2 folds.
And you want them to, if you think that's aces, you want them to think that you have aces. Like if you think that they think that.
4 folds.
Somebody tells you have, if somebody tells you they have aces, you're going to fold. All hell breaks loose. You preserve your tournament life at least. Maybe get a ladder. Once in a blue moon, you can spin up whatever crumbs you left yourself with.
Nice. Our bomb pot tournament just closed. You can go add on if you want. Yeah.
Talking about the bomb pot tournament. Maybe one or more of these players wishes they could have gotten in there. Sounds like a fun tournament.
That sounds fun.
It is a fun tournament. Yeah.
1 folds, 2 folds, 3
Glad to be in here with you, Lottie, but if I wasn't, I would likely be in that bomb pot tournament.
Yeah, same here.
4 folds. Yeah, that does sound fun.
You see at the series this year, the bomb pot tournament's going to be all PLO bomb pots.
I did not hear that.
That's what the whole tournament's going to be this time around.
Single or double board?
I assume double board. And that should be an interesting time with those dealers and that game.
I was just thinking that. Yeah, that's got to be potentially messy.
That's why you got a max weight, Reg.
Poker News will need an entire team of reporters to cover the bungled 3 side pots. They got to quarter 2 different ways that get bungled.
Preaching to the choir.
Greg predicting
1 fold.
2 more players bust in the next 3 orbits. That's certainly possible. I think within the next 3 orbits, we're going to go up again as well.
6 folds.
And players will pick their spots, but at some point they're going to run out of time. We see Henry having to make the folds, sitting on 10.5 bigs. EGK in that same spot, chip-wise. Right down to just 6.3. It's not quite as top-heavy as it was, as we did see the 1 double up.
He's a dealer also.
What's up?
He's a dealer.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Right here. 2 folds. Three folds. 4 folds. 6 folds.
Folds to the blinds. Might we see these two go another round? Matt with the king 3. King 3 offsuit, I think he raises. He does. 550 the raise. Seems big, but blind versus blind, you do have to go bigger if you ever want folds. And Josh not going to be folding. He has 4s.
1 call.
Heads up we go. Matt and Josh again. Blind versus blind.
It's been a heavyweight fight between these two.
Queen 10-3. Ugly flop for the 4s. But somehow they are still ahead.
Checks.
No bluff this time for Matt. He checks. Josh gonna bet it.
One makes it 550.
About half pot. Also sets up a turn shove for pot if it comes to that.
Matt does not appear ready to fold just yet.
Does have bottom pair.
Bottom pair.
Like he doesn't have
blind versus
nothing. He does have a pair. Makes the call. So the turn we go. Matt needs a king or a 3. Or a scare card. 8 of clubs. It completes a couple of straights. Or it completes the 1 straight, the king jack. Matt blocks that with his king.
8 checks.
And Josh is beating draws.
Yeah, Josh does have he somewhat turned his 4s into a bluff on the flop, but I think now he's going to be trying to get to showdown value.
Ace on the river. 4s will hold up. Will Matt say, I had an ace and I floated you and now I got there?
Three checks.
He will not.
1 check. Showdown, please.
Check, check.
No, pair of 3s. Pair of 3s over there.
But fours win.
Fours win.
Fours win.
That's what I was going with. My bad.
He's making sure the hand got right. You know, that's, you know. We appreciate all the hands being read correctly. It's showdown. You know, that's an important thing in poker.
I ain't mad.
Except in Baltimore. Pair of 4s will pip the pair of 3s. And this round going to Josh. And they're almost even again.
100%. I didn't mean to disrespect.
Yeah, Matt down from his high of plus 8 million chips.
75 for me.
He certainly has the experience to run it back up and take this down. So having a quick look, he does have over $2.5 million in lifetime earnings and is 33rd on the Texas all-time money list. So
that's a lot of earnings. What are the highlights? Like what kind of hardware are we dealing with?
Best live cash is $214K.
That's a lot. Now, is that the main event, or did he like win a tournament?
Let's see here. Do a little reconnaissance.
Seat 7 is all in.
5th and a 3,500 for 206K. Also,
that's a lot. And Henry with a lot of hands here. Ace King suited, moves low end, and gonna get it through.
Won a 10K high roller at Aria for 153K.
Those are no joke.
That's got to be a tough field.
That's very legit.
Yeah, amongst many other caches. So
okay, so
great to have him with us.
Highly accomplished player.
Highly accomplished and pretty fun to watch. He's made a couple of, I would say, advanced moves with a couple of his overbets.
Four folds. And 6 folds.
We had a conversation earlier about having your entire roll on the table or not. If you're somebody like, I never presume to know somebody's financial situation. If you have millions in earnings, this $300 tournament, the 30K up top, may not be life-changing money for you. Like this is, you know, however it goes maybe. And that is liberating to not feel like, oh my God, this is all my money. Oh my God, I just want those 2 ladders for the $3,000.
Makes a huge difference, I believe. Allows you, frees you up to kind of go with your read or your gut.
Like
not worry about the outcome.
Like even in cash games, like that's why you see me play the 2-5. You don't see me go up to Dallas and play the big game on Tuesdays. That's an insane amount of money. Like let alone some things that happen at other places that are even bigger, like out in California, out in Vegas, that kind of thing.
And also for those not from Texas or who have not played at TCH, let's be honest, 2-5 here is a lot bigger than 2-5 elsewhere. It plays a lot more like 5-10.
Yeah.
Most places. Typically the straddle always on.
Yeah, our 5-10s are usually like either 1,500 or 2K, maybe a match the stack.
See, one calls 250.
Josh has ace queen, flats Matt's raise, and we get a bit of an avalanche of calls. EGK has king queen on the big blinds. A shove probably doesn't get through. I mean, well, with ace queen, it definitely doesn't get through. Has the hand that could defend.
Four's all in.
He's all in.
Yeah, for sure.
He's gonna hope that nobody's really got it. Unfortunately for him, Josh is gonna have him pipped, and so like this is definitely never getting through in a way that's good for him.
25,000.
Yeah, and also Josh is closing the action, so has every reason not to worry and just go ahead and call.
He's got Raymond behind him, but he's
Oh,
short
excuse
as
me.
well.
Yeah, Raymond is fine.
Matt has Jack 8, bluff suited. He has 2 players behind him as well. And EGK has not done a whole lot here. So, you think he's messing around? Is Jack 8 ever good? I mean, this is... yeah.
Not entirely sure what the decision would be here.
With the usual disclaimer, assuming that's his actual hands and there was no misread or anything. Sometimes the cards get crossed up on the scanners with hilarious results. He does fold. I don't see ace-queen folding.
1.225.
Especially not for a 1.225.
If you don't mind me asking.
Wants the eyeball Raymond stack. Raymond can be nice and actually cut out the chips. Like, he doesn't have to do that. Only rules are that they have to have a reasonable ability to estimate your stack. Like, you should keep them in stacks of 20.
Okay.
You can't
I'm all in.
intermingle them. You got to keep your big chips on top or out front.
See, one's all in.
Raymond going to be nice and sporting and going to fold the 4s after Josh reshoves.
I'm good in these spots.
EGK needs a K. or
Announces
he'll be
that he
out.
runs good.
K,
in
there we
spots.
go. Right in the window. There's a king.
Yes. King heart, queen of clubs it is.
Josh needs an ace. Does not get an ace. EGK going to double up. Josh gets cut down. Never mind this graphic error. There we go. Josh gets cut down to just over 3 million chips.
I hope
EGK
everyone
back in there.
I hope everyone could hear it at home, but right before that king came on the flop, EGK goes, "I run good in these spots."
He did.
Indeed, he does.
Would have hit a set of 4s. Yes, he would have hit a set of 4s. It would have been a terrible call, though. Just a couple weeks ago, we had a hand where somebody would have turned a set and gotten punished. So,
Oh, the pocket 3s.
yes, the pocket 3s on one of our
Yes.
cash shows a couple weeks ago. Set of deuces on the flop. Guy would have turned a set of 3s. He folded flop, though, like he should have. And then would have gotten one outed on the river by the deuces.
7 folds. Kind of fun, though. Create the game. Raise to 250 from seat 8. I feel like they would be. These are nice cards.
Chips get spread around a little bit. That's favorable for Matt, who has a bigger chip lead.
Chip leading coming into this.
6 folds.
It was. Not now. It started
Yeah,
today.
that's what they have at the series. They're all like
Increases his lead here.
Matt, the chip leader and bicep leader, it appears.
They were just like these cards were heavy.
There's some poker players who swear by the workout routines. I am not one of them.
Keep the mind sharp. Yeah, like Jason Kuhn.
Yeah.
There's a few of them. Antonius always.
Yes, Patrick Antonius, the all-time winningest Finn, as far as I know.
It's amazing how long he's been doing it. He was playing ultra high stakes when I was in college, and that was some time ago now.
6 folds. Seven folds.
Matt takes another one. Matt rebuilding the stack.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even our short stack is a little bit above 10 bigs, so we're not quite as handcuffed right now. Like those 3 million stacks are somewhat handcuffed to what happens with Raymond and Henry in particular.
Right here.
It's not like you got somebody with 4 bigs and you're waiting for them to go broke.
I think we're going on a couple of hours now with 7 players left. It's been some time. EGK dodging the biggest bullet there, getting it in, pipped by Josh.
Yeah, it hasn't been for lack of trying.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get you an Uber, man, because I'm gonna be here a while. You know how to do Uber?
Gio with an ace, I think he's going to raise.
4 makes it 250.
Welcome to the game, Gio. No, that's EGK. That's EGK with King Queen. That's not Gio. Right? Graphics might be off
Yeah,
here.
maybe off. Yeah, it looks like it is EGK. And Henry's going to...
Yeah, Henry shoves. Henry has 10s. Matt has 9s.
Matt, wow.
All the way up.
Yeah, we're getting this fixed. I think Matt just said all in. Matt's going to reshove over Henry.
1,350,000.
It's like maybe he hasn't acted just yet.
Okay, not an all in. That's so we get the bill, 1.35. Matt hasn't decided yet. Of course, EGK could also have a hand, and EGK has a stack. There we go. There's the all in. That could do some damage. Matt's going to get in behind here. And Henry's 10s hold for his tournament life.
We stand to have another short stack double.
I think the 10s are going to hold. He flops a set, and now he turns a boat, and that's that. Henry going to double up at Matt's expense.
350,000.
Henry goes above 3 million.
Think anybody will bust before the break? At this point, I think not.
Okay. Okay. Everyone in the back when they want me to be. You need this thing too? The little thingy?
I think this is our tournament director, Josh, stepping into the box for a moment, giving our dealer a little break. He has been hard at work over the last 3.5 hours or so. Everyone needs a little break.
Just give it to Mike.
Nobody with less than 10 bigs.
Boss going to come in here, show us how it's done. It's the downside of him giving us such a wonderful structure. He's got to sit in the box and he's got to pitch the cards because we're still here playing.
Gave himself overtime.
Your sacrifice is appreciated, sir.
Take another water when. Thank you. Too many.
Yes, all our dealers are on point
I
here.
got a supply back here, man. You good? Thank you.
We get 2 cards and hold him. Tried to give him a 3rd card. No bomb pots. If only we had bomb pots on dealer changes.
What's that?
Do that in the cash games.
Scorecard? Bomb pot?
Yeah.
You like deal change bomb pot?
Box so you can approve.
Henry electing to fold the ace-8 on the button. Matt gonna limp the queen-9. I think Josh is gonna ask for a free look. Yes, he is. Jack-7. Queen-9 flops top pair.
Insta-fold from Josh.
Mint bet. Gets no value. No, not a min bet. He made it a $250,000, not a min bet. My mistake. 2/3 pot. Sounds more impressive.
That was on the more tame end of the clashes between those two tonight.
Looks like we've gone up to 75, 150. Just looking at the chips that are out there.
Yeah, looks like 3 reds from Josh.
No, never mind. It's 125. Still 125. 75, 125.
Oh, okay.
He hadn't pulled the ante in yet. Ace king for Larry.
Larry been a little quiet since doubling up. Take that one down.
All right, guys. Blinds are up. We're now playing 75, 150.
There we go.
150,
75, 150. Blinds are up this hand.
Just a hair early, Lottie. You could feel it coming.
I could. My internal clock was saying it's almost 40 minutes.
That was 40 minutes.
Play enough of these tournaments, you work in 2-hour cycles. Usually you get breaks every 2 hours. $3.5 hours into this one. Hand number 90. Still 7 players. Our shortest stack with 10 big blinds.
6 raises to 3 1/4. 7 folds.
Who was it saying we lose 2 players in 3 orbits? We've had at least 1 orbit since then. Hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, seems unlikely at this point. Nobody on total life support.
Geo in the big blind, he does have an ace, the worst ace, ace 6 off. Lets it go. Does not defend. He was dominated by Larry.
Yeah, Larry's going to get a little more respect probably for his raises. He hasn't shown down any weak hands, and he also has been a little quiet.
Greg insists that it's coming. If anybody's out there on the floor, we don't want to know it's coming, but given the stack sizes, it wouldn't surprise me if it's coming just because our shorty has just under 10 bigs now. Probably going to see an all-in before long. Henry goes to 325, potentially lights the match. Matt has a suited connector. These go down in value as you get shallower. He is about 32 bigs deep. He does call. Gonna go heads up between Henry and Matt. 8-8 deuce.
A lot of paired boards tonight. Nobody connecting with this one. King high still good for Henry.
First player to bet probably wins. Henry goes small, goes 300. Matt with just backdoors and overs. Wants to float, wants to see if he can pick something up.
Yeah, I think he's looking to pounce here if Henry checks.
And he has connected. He has turned himself a pair of 9s. Third spade, though, does give Henry the queen high spade draw. Checks the mat. Henry might be done with this. this point, I don't think he wants to get tangled up in a big pot. Just for ICM reasons. 525 appears to be the bet from Matt.
Henry with that queen of spades is going to think this over. 2 overs and the spade draw. Makes the call.
Henry with just under 2 million behind, 2.6 in the middle. 4 of spades. Henry with the queen high flush.
Henry gets there.
Is he considering a lead?
Might consider block betting in case he checks and Matt goes all in.
I don't think Matt's afraid to go all in, block bet or not. He checks. Matt gives up. Nice river. Henry surpasses Matt in the chip count.
Wow, what a turnaround for Henry. He was one of our short stacks for some time early on.
The leader has been dethroned. Matt's demoted to 3rd place in the chips.
Yeah, he's about 5 million down from his peak.
Whole new ball game.
Yeah, pretty interesting dynamic we have now. Any of the short stacks can put a major dent in even the biggest stacks here. It'd be about 1/3 of the chips of the leader if they were to lose an all into the short stack.
Yeah, this might start to slow everybody down while we wait to see what happens with Raymond and Gio for that matter. Gio raising it up. Probably going to get this through. Gio takes it, and we'll get on to another hand. Reminder, Trailblazer Poker Tour wrapping up its inaugural season at TCH Social Austin, March 31st to April 14th. 15 events on the schedule, including a $500,000 guaranteed main event, $950,000 in guarantees, $800 main event, and Omaha tournaments, Hold'em tournaments, bounty tournaments, mixed tournaments. We've got it all. TexasCardHouse.com or Poker Atlas to see the whole schedule. Raymond's going for the min raise. Hand's not over. Okay, no, he's scanning his cards. Not trying to give them back. Scanning the cards.
Looks like Raymond will be picking up the blinds here.
Now he can give them back to Josh.
Not of insignificance. 375 added to his stack.
Yeah, I think he's pulling his cards in one at a time is what's happening. So for the cards to scan, you need them both on the scanner at the same time. I think that's what we're seeing there. $12 notes, yeah. So we gave the dealer a break, and our tournament director, Josh, is in the box. Josh in seat 1 with a pretty solid holding. King queen for Henry. Offsuit, let's it go.
Give some respect to the under the gun raise.
Now, offsuit, small blind. Don't really need to tangle with Josh.
Yeah, I think that's a good fold.
I think Matt enjoys tangling with Josh at this point, and they will tangle again. What's this round? 28 or something? Heads up we go. Top pair for Josh.
Yeah, you're not exaggerating. This might be round 28 between these two players.
Nice to see two players playing the game, though.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a fun battle to watch. Josh getting the better of it this time. Top pair, top picker.
And these other guys are playing as they can. But, you know, sometimes you have final tables where nobody's playing the game.
Yeah. Yeah, especially in the faster structures where you just have all in or fold.
Yeah. So Josh picking up that pot. Closing in on Henry for the chip lead. Raymond's still above 10 bigs for the moment as well. He's going to be in the blind momentarily. Larry opens to 325 with the king 10. Henry with the ace king on the button. Wonderful spot. Gonna go for the 3-bet. Makes it 1,025,000 and back to Larry. King 10 not quite good enough.
Yeah, I think Larry saves face a little bit, lets it go.
Henry keeps stacking. Rebel offering to deal for us. I don't think you're even in Texas, though, Rebel, are you?
Is Rebel in Rio Grande Valley?
Are
May
you
be
in,
wrong
are
about
you in
that.
RGV? I don't know. Maybe it's been so long I'm confusing who's playing where and
Wherever Rebel is from. Always fun to have in the chat.
everyone in the chat, let us know where you're watching from this evening or morning or afternoon, depending on where you are. I think there's at least one person here where it's the afternoon. Want to see just how far we've reached the planet tonight. We do reach a lot of corners. No, not in Texas. Yeah.
Different regular chatter then.
LA. Yeah,
LA.
that's right. LA. I thought you were the one who mentioned one of those casinos near LA.
Tom G coming to us from the Woodlands. Thanks for joining us, Tom. Tommy's in Cali. Scott's in Atlantic City. And George is rooting for Eli. I believe that's EGK. Just a hunch.
It's the only E name. Henry with at least an ace. Uncle T watching from outside the door.
Believe he's in the bomb pot tournament. Good luck to Uncle T.
I think we got to walk. Gio got to walk.
Troy says EGK is going to take it down. Has a shot at it.
Anyone's game right now, from what we've seen. You have here a short stack you could dig out. Look at Henry. He was the short stack, and now he's the chip leader. 7-handed. Got an EGK cheering section here.
Yeah, EGK, the popular man in the chat here. Got that massive double when he spiked the king, and back in business here.
Matt going for the min raise. Looks like it's going to work.
Don't have VPIPs, but I believe Matt would be leading in that category. Be my assumption. What do you think, Lottie?
Almost certainly. He was chip leader for a while, and he was making use of that chip lead to steal some blinds, which did give him that cushion for when things went wrong. Greg asking, what is the difference between someone praying for something in church and someone praying for something at a TCH final table? I don't know.
I feel like punchline coming next in the
I'm
chat.
looking forward to the punchline. Matt getting his prayers answered with ace king. Someone at TCH actually means it. Wow.
That's a good one, Greg. Definitely mean it at the final table.
Larry with the suited connector.
I don't know if God answers 1 times, but I've certainly asked.
This is a defense from Larry. Ace king of spades versus 9-8 of clubs. 10-8-3 all spades.
And that
Matt,
would be the nuts.
Matt has the nuts. Larry has a pair. Larry is drawing to a backdoor full house or quads.
It's got the backdoor full house draw. Matt's going to lead small.
There's really nothing he's afraid of, so get what you can. And Larry's going to put in that 150K, drawing basically dead. Don't have a turn yet. Jack of hearts. So Larry picks up an open ender that is utterly useless. Larry now drawing completely dead. I don't think the card scanned is what's going on. Sure, Kristen will press the button to make the computer know there's a Jack of hearts out there.
And I would say it's actually another differentiator you might see in Matt's game. A lot of players would be tempted to check to disguise strength of their hand. He goes ahead and builds a pot here.
Okay, so Matt has bet, it looks like 650 or 675. 650. Situation gets worse for Larry. Downgrades a third pair open ender that may or may not be good.
Wow.
Larry calls. Pray that Larry doesn't hit us straight here. River. 4 of hearts.
I think Matt's going to ask for all of it on the river here. Probably thinks Larry's a bit stronger than he actually is.
Now, Larry has about 3/4 pot behind. No reason not to ask for all of it. A flush is definitely paying you all of it. A straight might pay you all of it. 2 pair might pay you all of it. Because we've seen Matt bluff. Like, Matt's not playing his cards face up when he's betting.
Yeah, definitely plays a style that gets him paid when he does make a big hand.
And this is an effective all-in. Just puts a fistful of chips out there. I believe that's more than 1.88. That's at least 1.9. I think there's a psychological element to that too. Like a fistful of chips rather than saying the words all in. Those are scary words to some people.
Oh, wow. I thought he was about to flick it in there. I think this is going in the muck, but
if Larry calls here, he is out in 7th place. And Matt's back in the chip lead.
we just have to think that Matt is being way, way overly aggressive to ever think about making this call.
You've got a straight blocker. You don't have a flush blocker. You have third pair.
Just
How did he hit that jack?
bye. I didn't know it takes so long.
Saying he's worried that he hit the jack.
I'm losing this pot over here. Ace over card, spade. Hero call or go home to bust from 7.
Okay. Well, sorry. Tell me where. I don't know where. Oh.
Gives him back to the dealer.
Got to give a small thank you to Larry for giving us his thought process there.
Yeah. Always good to hear what they're thinking. Larry flips to see another hand. Gavin wondering, is it normal in Texas to not have a dealer rotation on these things? If we're off stream, we do have a dealer rotation, just like every table, like half-hour downs, as they are like usually around the industry. On the stream's final tables, for the sake of the show, we try to keep the dealer pushes to a minimum. So on our cash games, it's usually 2 dealers, 2 hours each. On a tournament, it's just sort of, it seems to just be like whatever happens. I don't know how many extra dealers they have tonight, just because there's a lot of other things going on, cash games, bomb pot tournament, all that good stuff. So we had our one dealer, and now our tournament director sitting in the box, and we'll see who else sits in the box tonight. Whoever's sitting in the box, great job, and thank you all dealers for what you do. For staff, you're a good bunch. Raymond with the Ace King has made a 325 out of a sub 10 big blind stack, which might raise a few hairs. Like, and he could just go all in and nobody would think any less of him. But yeah, Geo folded. Graphics are behind.
Looks like EGK has a real decision here, and he's reaching for chips.
Whatever he has, he likes it enough to bet more chips. Ace Queen for EGK. Makes it 850.
Stands to be a big blow for EGK if Raymond goes ahead and puts the rest of his chips in here, which I think inevitably will happen.
All in is the bet. Snapperino from EGK. Can Raymond's hold? Ace King versus Ace Queen. Raymond's all in for his tournament life.
He said it again. It worked last time.
Can he find the queen?
Runs good in these spots, says EGK.
Hand number 100. Could this be where we lose our 7th place player? Just over 3 million chips in the pot. Here we go to the run out. 9-6-3. Raymond's with the better heart. EGK needs a queen, and a queen alone on this river. 7. Raymond's with a huge double up. EGK crippled. Below 5 big blinds now. Big cooler going Raymond's way.
Yeah, unfortunate spot for EGK, but got to hand it to Raymond. He's waited for the right spots, been on a short stack most of the night, and now he's 3rd in chips.
And Josh going to step out, and I don't have this dealer's name, but our original dealer getting back into the box.
Still the same level? Should be.
What are loyalty points and how do they work? You subscribe to the channel. Every 10 minutes, if you type something in the chat, you get a point. I think super chats get you points as well. I'm not sure how many. And you can gamble them, at least 10, and at least 10 at a time. Raymond has kings.
Raised to 325.
This is Mike in the box. Just caught his name tag.
1 folded, 3 folded, 4 folded.
Steven protects Larry and Matt.
6 folds, 7 folds.
Henry folds 10s. That's mad respect. Matt gonna defend. Matt a mile behind Raymond as we go heads up. That's a gutter ball from Matt on this clean 8-5 flop. Henry sidestepped a disaster there.
1 bet 600, 2 bet 600,000.
600. The C bet. Gets it done. Raymond with another pickup. What can't be right? Folding 10s or the 9-7? What's not right? Carlo Chat Pro, good to see you. That's exclamation point gamble space all if you want to bet all of your points, Carlo. Wonder if your space bar got eaten. Good to see you. If you think Raymond's that tight, you could fold the 10s and preserve your tournament life. EGK is sitting here with less than 5 bigs. It would be awful if you went out before him. When you have like this many chips, as he has almost no chips, folding 10s that you could call it set mine. The size was to where you could consider a set mine. But that's also a lot of chips that you're not going to get back when you miss the set. I don't know what the solvers say about that, but in some spots that's viable, and Mike going to push the pot to Henry. Henry just a minute ago folding 10s to a single raise correctly. Has the chat up in arms. I don't know if I'm capable of making that fold, but I may not be studied enough in that spot. But EGK, like I said, is on fumes. You really don't want to end up in the same territory because something silly happens. Like we talked about before with 10, so in another spot. What happens when you flop an overpair and you face a big bet from Raymond's? How do you like those 10s?
7 raised to 3 1/4, 325. 8 folds, 325.
Yeah, chat doesn't want to fold those 10s. They're just 10s, as I think Daniel Negreanu once said.
Yeah, I took a quick break. I didn't see the hand, but I don't mind folding tens to a single raise depending on the situation.
Raymond made it 325 from early position. Henry was, I believe, in the small blinds with the tens, and he folded to a single raise.
Early position raise from a stack that isn't incentivized to open super wide.
Yeah, Raymond, who has not been opening a lot of hands, period.
Yeah.
And he did have kings, so was correct from a results standpoint. Hand number 104, and we still have 7 players.
Does EGK make a stand here with a suited ace? A lot of players to get through. He's under the gun and about to have to pay the blinds. He's all in.
Suited ace, this is the time to do it. Larry wants a count. Yeah, king, queen in that position, not quite good enough. Ace 10 offsuit, not quite good enough. Like if you're in the blinds, I think it's a different story.
1 fold, 2 folds.
And what does the big blinds have? Gio with 9-8. Not the worst pot odds. This is less than 5 bigs. He's already got one in there. There's another 1.5 big blinds between the small blinds and the ante. In terms of chip EV, this isn't terrible. But in terms of ICM, this is not great.
Yeah.
Because if he calls and he loses, they're evenly stacked, and they're both below 10 big blinds, and that just kind of stinks. Maybe you fold to let EGK pick this one up. And he does that, and he's going to get the blinds right away.
I think that's a good fold. For all the reasons you said. I mean, it's a huge difference in playing just under 2 mil and
Greg
just
shouting
over
out,
1.
Greg shouting out Mr. Carl, who's on the rail there on the left in the gray shirt. He took second place at a quarter mil guarantee at one of the TCH locations. I'm not sure which one. Supporting EGK.
Let's go was right on point. Oh, I know.
Gets himself momentarily above the 1 million mark again, but having to put that money back in the form of the blinds right away. 75, 150, 150 on the blinds.
6 folds, 7 folds. 8 folds.
He's clean for Josh. He's getting some hands. In Austin, okay, 250K here in Austin, nice. We have 250Ks at other locations too. That's why I got to ask. So much poker happening around here.
Yeah, this mini series has been a big success. We've had full parking lots and great prize pools.
450 from Josh, pretty chunky, and Gio has jacks.
Here we go.
All in. One of those jacks going in the muck in EJK's hands. Josh with ace queen offsuit. This would be for a lot of his chips.
1.9.
Jennifer supporting Josh. He's going to need the support. He's going to be on the wrong ends of a flip in a moment, most likely.
3 all in for 1.99. Got that? All right, cool.
I think biggest factor here is EGK's stack to Josh. He calls, he's likely going to be our 7th place finisher based on what he'd have left.
It'd be about $1.5 million. I think he'd be slightly behind EGK and getting the blinds first, which is, I think, the key thing. I don't know where the clock's at. We might even be at 100, 200 by then.
I think we'll be having a break very soon here based on
the clock. He folds. Also, Josh is hovering there. He may just be observing because that is what fours usually do at final tables. They observe as they can and make sure that
I think I beat like
everything's happening right. And, yeah.
You haven't made in?
We don't have a color upcoming either.
We'll see. Well, actually, no, we won't see because we're too close to break.
I think we came out of break with 7 players.
I'm pretty sure I just made the
I
top
think.
I believe so.
of the day, though. Like for me.
We might go into break with 7 players. Yeah, Raymond's been very patient. He's not done anything desperate. He's not done anything panicked or hurried. He's very measured, and it's worked out for him. That was a big fold with the ace-queen. I agree, Brendan. That was a really big fold. Like, I wonder if it's even worth it to open if you're going to fold to anybody other than EGK, who didn't have a lot of chips. Josh will get some of those chips back, picking up the blinds. No, Larry has a hand. Larry has 6-3. I think he's going to get his chips back. I didn't realize Larry was in the blind.
Yeah,
but
seems likely.
his hand's not very good. Especially when you've got a much shorter stack on your immediate right that you can just wait out.
That's the case with the same hand.
GJE predicting that this tournament will never end. Well, this is what blinds are for. This is why levels go up, because this is how you progress a tournament. Like, eventually, nobody will have any chips. Like, we'll be sitting here playing 10 million, 20 million. There's only 20 million chips in play. And then I'll go back out there. I'll hop into the Big O game because it'll be Wednesday night. It'll be time to play Big O. He folds.
In a couple hours, I can pay $50 and play all day on Tuesday.
And there's
here
an
at
idea. It'll
TCH
be
Austin.
Tuesday. It'll be Tuesday, and you'll be able to play all day.
Yeah, 24 hours for $50.
Yeah, that's a heck of a deal. It may never end.
Hey, you came to see poker. It's what you get. I think we'll be here a few more hours.
For the sake of my wallet and my stomach, I hope we're here for another few hours. There is a bet. We made a bet on how long that this broadcast would go. And Kyle has the under. I have the over. And if you hear my phone alarm go off, I've won.
Seems likely at this point. I'm already getting the cash out to pay for that. Was it a brownie Sunday?
I'm going for the brownie Sunday.
6 folds.
You better run out there right now and beg them to chop.
Hey, everybody's relatively even. What do y'all think about chopping?
Henry and Matt, both around 5 million. Seats 7 and 8. There are big stacks. EGK the shortest, 700K. Larry just over 10 bigs. I think a lot of these players are waiting to see what happens with seat 4 EGK before committing to large pots with one another. We see Jack 9 suited folding, probably for that reason. Not a terrible hand, but in this spot, not a good hand.
Yeah, especially with the short stacks to his
Queen Jack offsuit. This might be the moment. This is the moment. All in with whatever shred of fold equity he has left. 700K the price tag. 4 2/3 blinds.
Larry would be a slight favorite, but tough call to make with king
and
3
you have
off.
the 2 chip leaders behind you as well.
Yeah.
Let them do the dirty work. This isn't Larry's job to do the dirty work anyway.
I think these will be finding the muck.
Larry will just make himself the short stack. Does fold. I think he's waiting for the break. I think that's what was happening. I think he's looking at the clock. He's waiting for a break. Henry folds. Matt 10-8 suited flicks it in. Here we go. Queen Jack offsuit looking to hold against 10-8 of spades for the tournament life. 5-4-3. Queen Jack still ahead. Deuce. Deuce. Queen high.
Wow, and EGK survives another all-in. I believe that's his, at least his third.
Yeah, let me go to the bathroom first. Okay.
You and everybody else. All right, Brian, good for when you guys come back.
All right. And we're on a break. Don't know how long.
Coming back to 100, 200?
Sounds about right.
So we'll have a couple players with less than 10 bigs. Larry and EGK. And actually, Josh, just 13 bigs. Henry somewhat comfortable in the chip lead with 5 mil. And we'll have action back in 10 or 15 minutes. We'll confirm that, but we'll be with you. Good time to hop in the chat if you want to interact. Little reminder on our payouts. So 7 players left. A little over 5K locked up. And 31 and change up top. These players have outlasted almost 700 other entries. Had a 150K guarantee. Beat that for 175 and change. Almost 100K left to play for. These players have been playing the final table now for about 4 hours, a little more. This is when maintaining your focus, taking a break, having a bite to eat if you need it. Not the time to have a mental lapse from being tired or any other reason.
It feels like they should be.
Sorry, man.
Royalty asks, how long is the delay? I think 10 or 15 minutes, likely 15, I believe.
And plus, I almost busted. I had to go all in. And I doubled up. Yeah.
Bro, it's still anyone's game.
Well, shit, this one guy's real short. If he goes out, it's $1,600 more. Shit. If two more people go out, that's like $3K.
We'll second that from Jonathan.
I'm just gonna keep folding and just like,
is that what the projection?
Still anyone's game. Everybody with chips here. The blinds are creeping up relative to the chip stacks, but even the short stacks can take a big chunk out of any of the bigger stacks here.
Yeah, I just went in the back of the
Gio, Raymond, Matt, and Henry.
I guess it was just for like to just not be looking at the same thing sense.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. I could tell people. One person in particular seemed like he was getting frustrated.
And what?
One person in particular seemed like they were getting frustrated, so I didn't want them to use the excuse that we didn't rotate this.
Really?
He never said anything. I could just visually see it. I know him from other places.
Can I pick the guy? Nine. This guy. He has a problem with everything. He's a crybaby. That's okay.
Still on Mike's.
18.
Still on Mike's.
Yeah. I had him at a cash table.
As
today.
Lottie rejoins us,
Shorter than that.
I am going to step away and get some kind of snack here from the delicious kitchen at TCH Social.
Yeah.
Need a
No
little
one's been eliminated in like
energy
still
for the
7.
remainder of the tournament, just like these players are saying.
Still 7. No one's
Lottie,
been
I
eliminated in like 2 hours.
think it's very important once you've been 4 hours into a final table. This is not the time to have a mental lapse from just mental exhaustion, or if you need a snack, it's a good time to have it.
Yeah, I'm surprised I'm not seeing food out on those tables. You can order food to the table, and we see that often on the cash
Yeah, you weren't
games.
a main hangout. We were flipping.
Royalty, we're on a 15-minute delay. Yeah, you know, Tiger Poker, I don't think we really need a shot clock. I don't think these players have been tanking excessively, and these are decisions for thousands of dollars. I just don't think we got an issue here. But, you know, some people love the action clocks.
It's good poker. It's tough right now.
We're coming back.
Yeah.
Average stack 15 big blinds.
No,
and this
it doesn't.
starts so
And
Well,
we
the
will
200's big.
we'll be back to poker
it's gonna
in a few more
It's a
minutes.
shove fest.
This was a 15-minute break.
why I'm frustrated
Yeah.
is
I'll double check it again.
there are players at the table who are clearly
I know there's some people who love to tank, and especially like the bigger stakes. Usually a pretty good bunch here in Texas.
and the nits cannot bust. Eli keeps sucking out. It's
Half
you're
the
fine.
table left
You're
their
fine. It's just
their
Is
chat
Eli
box
seat
on.
too?
that's
I mean, no, it's be fine.
okay,
Oh, why
yeah,
distance?
that king queen ace.
Yeah, this has been a battle. You're right about that, Jim Scroll.
He's
Any predictions for who goes next? Like,
he's got like 2 big.
What was the?
who knows at this
just
point?
curious.
Oh, he just doubled up. Fuck. I forgot about that last hand.
The chips have just swirled so much, and now
The hand between the 1 and the 3.
now we're at a point where
Everyone
Steven
like,
thinks it
30 big blinds.
ends at 8. I don't think we go that long. So just to give you perspective, so we're going to come back to 100, 200. There's just over 21 million chips in place. There's, we'll call it 105 big blinds in play right now. Divide that by 7.
Yeah.
Average stack is now sub 20. We're at the part of the tournament where we're not that far from an all-in at any given hand. And like looking at the structure sheet, like we don't have, like we've got like 6 more levels that are on the. No, we have 8 more levels that are on the sheet.
Kind of play cautious at that point.
So that would be what, 5 hours from now, which would only put you like 3 or 4 in the morning. That would be 600, 1.2 million, and then there's less than 20 big blinds. Like it's not gonna, like it's gonna go quicker than that. Why is it when you come back 100, 200, 200?
I gotta knock some players out, Josh. I gotta. Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah, our dealers looking to knock players out. You know what? They've certainly tried. Like we've tried to knock players out, and we have utterly failed at knocking players out. Yeah, 3:30 is more likely. I hope it's not 3:30. The kitchen's closed. How am I going to get my brownie sundae? I haven't said what the line is for this bet, but it's before 3:30 in the morning. That's for damn sure. I plan to be in bed at 3:30. This would be the time to run good. You're right, Jim Scroll. In fact, let's talk about what these players are playing for. They all have $5,080 locked up. 65.90 is the next ladder, and they get bigger. 86.40, 11 and change, all the way up to $31,118 for first place, assuming we play down to a winner. Players do have the option to chop if they like, and that would obviously have to be unanimous. What we usually do with TCH is we offer to stop the clock once to discuss chop numbers. We've heard absolutely no discussion of chopping yet, but anything's possible. We are quickly approaching Tuesday. On Tuesdays at TCH Social Austin, you can play all day for $50 this March. You're in Texas, but can't quite make it out here. At least, not every night. We got the Hijack Poker app, hijackpoker.com. TCHL 20 referral code gets you $20. You can cash out at any of the TCH locations. Austin, Dallas, Las Colinas, Houston, Spring, Rio Grande Valley.
I'm at this final table.
A lot of other stuff happening this March.
Like 2 hours.
Lucky seats from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m.
It's
every
so
Friday,
deep.
every half hour.
200,
Choose
200.
two players.
And everyone
Cash
has,
games,
like,
tournaments, doesn't matter. You're in a seat, you're playing poker.
25
You can get
bucks.
chosen, win $100.
Duds. Who gets the best cards now? Yeah. Thank you.
Register for one of these tournaments before the start time. Get a free hour before the posted start time.
I fired a couple.
What else have we got? We've got the high hands every Thursday, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Every half hour, $200 high
Yeah,
hands.
win this one on wait, super.
Got to play both cards in Hold'em. Got to flop it in PLO. Got to be at least a boat.
Forever. There's 3 nits at the table. There's 2 really strong players, and then there's me in the middle of that.
Interesting analysis there.
Came in as chip leader today. Yeah, and then went down to like lowest stack at one point, and now I'm back.
Nine for 99 Wednesdays in March.
Yeah, in the streets.
9 hours for $99. That's a $1 an hour discount. That's like an extra $1 on your win rate.
Good luck, brother.
And
Good luck, brother.
Trailblazer Poker Tour. If you like these tournaments, we got a whole bunch of them coming. March 31st to April 14th here at TCH Social Austin. We do have main event flights starting at other locations next weekends, 26th through the 31st, between Las Colinas, Dallas, Spring, and Houston. $500,000 guarantee on that main event. $950K in guarantees total. Last chance to score those points towards the $50K free roll, or perhaps even a Chevy Trailblazer. I'm on the outside looking in right now. I'm going to be in there scoring as many points as I can. Hopefully not just the participation points. Every entry into one of those tournaments, you get a point. I got a lot of participation points. I got some points from cashing. You cash, there's more points. The deeper you get, there's more points. Main events pay even more points. Hope to see you over here getting those points.
Means you might be here for a while. You might want to pace yourself.
Hope you've all had a great St. Patrick's Day. Whether you're Irish or not, a lot of green being worn. It's been a lucky weekend for all these players. Going to be a really lucky weekend for at least one of these players, a really lucky evening for one of these players.
You guys go back and forth picking a losing hand.
Stay tuned to find out who. So we see more players showing up again.
Oh. Okay, well.
Is that what the winner gets? We lose?
The teardrop trophy, yeah.
It's symbolic.
No. What is that anyway? What is it? Is it really a teardrop? Is it a raindrop?
He might be.
Rain for the spring shuffle?
I thought that was a very luxurious female vibe.
He might be slightly still.
Spring Shuffle main event, that's right.
Solar powered. Oh well.
When you were saying, can't believe I'm even
Look at
thinking
these
about
chip
this on the
counts.
call.
After 109 hands,
On that hand, you were like, I can't even believe I'm
2
thinking
players
about
are going to be
this.
below
Because
10
I saw
bigs
it
as we
already
come
come
back
through.
to 100, 200, 200. Wiring and EGK both looking for doubles. Our chip leader, Henry, 4.93 million. That's only 24 and a half points, though. Anybody's game.
Going back to 100,000, 200,000, 200,000 big blind Annie. Good luck. Shuffle up and deal. 1, 2.
Here we go. And EGK still has a rail. He's still got, I'm told his name is Carl, faithfully standing there on the rail, supporting his buddy. Love to see that. Love to see all of you in the chat supporting the players. As we get back to some poker here.
See 2 folds.
We've got some hands.
C3's all in.
We hear the words all in.
See 4 folds.
We hear them coming from Geo and C3. Ace Queen. 2.6 million.
6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. Thank you, 8. And there's that.
Gets it through. 500,000 chips heading his way. Every pot starting at 500,000 chips at this level. TCH Social Austin, TCH Live, final table. William Lottie with you. Kyle Frisbee momentarily out of the booth, but otherwise alongside me.
3 folds. 4 folds.
These players fighting hard for this money.
6 folds. 7 folds.
Matt with an ace on the button. We see Matt inclined to do some raising tonight. He's going to raise once again here. Takes it. As a reminder of what we're playing for as you're rejoining us from the break. 50-80 locked up for everybody. 31 and change up top. As we continue on. Eights for Henry. As we continue on.
7 raised to 4 1/4. 425. 8 folds.
8 of spades, 8 of diamonds. Ace 10 for Josh. Chooses to let it go. Geo. Ace 9 in the big blinds. Just over a min raise. Is he going to defend? Looks like he's going to.
Heads up.
Outflops Henry. Ace queen queen. Nightmare flop for Henry, but it's a good looking flop for him, so a C-bet certainly not out of the question.
Seat 7 makes it 400,000.
Makes it 400. Geo gonna call with that ace. Plenty of hands for him. To the turn we go. Another ace. Ace is full for Geo. Does Henry attempt to send it, or does he shut it down here?
2-3 checks.
Henry not even playing a pair anymore. He's playing aces and queens with an 8.
7 checks.
Checking. Giving up. King on the ends.
C3 bets 1.4 million.
1.4 million. The bet from Gio. Check, and he's, or not check. He's folding because, well, he's playing the board, and Gio is not playing the board. So, Gio taking a pot off of our chip leader, pulling almost even with Henry. Even the chip leader has just like 20 big blinds or so. Welcome back, Kyle.
Yeah, good to be back. I had to enjoy some of the food here.
So what did you go with?
Get a little energy. Actually, I went with the deviled eggs, which is a great snack, especially for something quick while you're playing. Got almost a 3-way tie at the top, huh?
We sure do.
C7 folds. C8 folds. C1 folds.
450. 450.
Raymond's waking up with the ace-10 on the button.
450. C2 makes it 450,000.
It was the 450. King-queen for Gio. Against most players, this hand could be all in. Against somebody who's been a bit tighter, he goes for the fold.
Nice fold. I don't think
EGK.
there's any reason to get yourself in trouble in the small blind with king-queen off there versus Raymond's range.
EGK folds as well, and Raymond takes that $500,000 in blinds and antes. And we get ourselves another hand.
And there were still 7.
There were still 7.
It's the magnificent 7.
Yep. Who are you buying? Who are you selling?
C7 folds. C8 folds.
Yeah, let us know in the chat. I think we have folks rooting for, what, Matt, EGK, Gio, all had shout-outs.
Yeah.
Rooting for one of the other players. Give them a little love.
I think we've had a Josh fan. Josh, a fan of the ace-10.
C1 makes it 400,000.
Those are the min raise.
C2 folds. C3 folds.
Ace-queen for EGK. This is probably the all-in moment, I would say.
Would be shocked if it's otherwise.
C4's all
Here it goes.
All in, the magic words. Larry with a harmless 5 deuce. Josh with a price to put half his stack in. He's going to ask for the price tag. Even if he folds these down to 10 big blinds, we are running out of chances very quickly as the blinds go up. He makes the call. Going to see the bad news. EGK with the ace-queen looking to hold for his tournament life against the ace-10 of Josh. Here's the run out. Jack 10-4. Ace-10 pulls ahead. And another 10.
King only.
King only. No king. That is going to seal EGK's fate. EGK made a valiant effort to hang on, but he will be out in 7th place, taking home $5,080 for his efforts. Good game, EGK.
Yeah, nicely played.
Our remaining players have locked up $6,590. Next ladder is to $8,640. Jumps are getting bigger. That said, it's not all good news. You know what else these players have locked up, these 6 players?
What's that?
A W2G. a tax form for you non-Americans in the crowd. If you win more than $5,000 above the buy-in in a tournament, they give you a tax form. It gets reported to the government, and well, then that's between you and the government after that.
Raise to 400.
I've had years where I've gotten 4 of those, and I've had years where I've gotten none of those.
1 fold, 2 folds, 3 folds.
They're marginally welcome.
Yeah. So
Say mostly welcome, probably.
yeah, at least you're winning theoretically. Matt with the ace queen suited, I think just got it through super quick. There's a dead button in his hand, I think. Matt takes the blinds with ace queen. Jennifer cheering for Josh B. That was a good run out for him. Puts him up near the chip lead again with those trip 10s prevailing over the ace queen. 6-handed.
Raise to 400.
Ace 4 suited for Josh.
C1 raise to 400.
Goes for min raise.
C3 folds.
Gio, not a fan of the king queen. Larry, a fan of the 6s. Moves all in. Queens for Henry.
Wow, we had 7 forever, and we may be down to 5 very quickly.
This will get Josh off the hook. Josh might have felt compelled to call the additional 900, but Henry's going to put some chips in, presumably, and that won't be an issue anymore. Henry's sizing up the other stacks, I think. All in probably best.
All in. All in.
All in. With the black queens.
C7 all in.
That didn't last long.
C8 folds.
So folds
Was
from
that
Matt.
split up the first
Josh
time?
folds.
Not even-
So Larry needs a 6 to hang on here. Otherwise, he'll be out in 6th place.
Huge pot, 5.8 million.
Up against the queens of Henry. And we've got a run out that does not have a 6. Larry going out in 6th place.
Thank you.
And Henry pulling away with this chip lead here up to 5.8 million. So that'll be $6,590 heading Larry's way. 8640 is what these other players have secured. Next stop is 5 figures.
Big jumps upcoming.
460 up next. Brittany Kamek in the chat saying howdy. Howdy, Brittany. Great to see you. We've had you on one of these final tables before. That was fun.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Brittany.
Maybe we both make a final table at this Trailblazer. How about that? And somebody else can talk about all of us.
Actually, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Brittany made it quite deep in this tournament herself. So
I believe that. She's a solid player.
All right, cool. 7 folds.
Josh would have won that one. What did Josh have? I've already forgotten. He had ace 4 of spades. Yeah, he would have had a flush. You're right.
Wow. Yeah.
I believe he would have had a flush from that.
Or you would have had top pair.
Yeah, there was an ace.
on the
That's right.
flop.
No, there was an
Yeah.
ace, not a flush. It would have been the
Yeah.
ace. That's right.
One check.
But I mean, I don't blame him for folding. Like results oriented, there's all kinds of folds I'd like to have back. 10th place. That's unfortunate that, come up short of the final table. I've been there. That's a gut punch. Josh with middle pair. Matt betting into him. This is a familiar feeling. We've had a lot of this tonight.
Lots of battles between these two.
One calls.
Matt with the gutter. And both players picking up a club draw. Matt's would be to the straight flush if he gets the 8. It is a straighter board in general. But Josh has the king of clubs.
Say if that's 600,000.
600,000. Josh is perhaps thinking that the next bet's going to be for his tournament life. And
yeah, not a comfortable spot with second pair.
How many rivers are there where you're going to be happy to call off for your tournament life?
Only the ace of clubs.
Yeah, the ace of clubs, you'd be thrilled. Anything else, not going to feel great. But Matt's an aggressive player. Josh is going to see one more card. 2.4 million in the middle as we go to the river, which is 3 of hearts. Pair of 9s will be good for Josh if we get to showdown. Will Matt go for the triple barrel?
Has to feel he cannot win if he doesn't bet.
I would say that 10 high is not going to win.
Yeah, but problem is he has to bet a pretty meaningful portion of his stack to get Josh off of anything. He shuts down.
Yeah, he has to bet all of his stack. And he could just get snapped by a straight or a flush. Over to Josh. Second pair. He's going to think it over. Even as it stands now, it would be a massive pot. He's going to go for some thin value, I believe.
Think it's thin value or turning his hand into a bluff?
Good question. Value bluff. And whatever it was, he got the fold immediately. That was probably about $1.5 million if I had to eyeball it.
It's a large bet.
Maybe closer to 2 million. It was a lot of chips. On this 5-handed final table, just after 11 o'clock Central Time here in Austin, Texas. Our short stack's got 15 bigs now. The shorties are all sort of clumped together. Gio with ace-queen. Well, you can't obviously wait out one person.
Raise the 400. 7 folds. 8 folds. 1 fold. And 2 folds.
Raymond's folding the 10-8 suited.
Good.
Blinds come around a lot quicker 5-handed. I think we're going to have to see Raymond's get after it a little bit more if he's going to have a chance here to stack chips. Not saying 10-8 would have been the hand to do it with, but I think we're past the point where we can wait for big aces and big pairs.
Also has 86-40 locked up, so that has to be give you a little bit better of a feeling about taking a speculative spot.
And Matt's right alongside him in terms of stack size, and Matt seems a lot more willing to put it in. You could just collect another ladder of 2,600 or so if you just sit back and let Matt do what he enjoys doing.
Say I put 400,000. Raise to 400.
Matt going to go for an open here.
1 fold. 2 folds.
400K. You know what? If this gets through, he gets 500K pushed back to him. It doesn't have to work that often to be profitable. Gio with a suited ace will take a flop against the 9-8 off of Matt. All these pots, 1 million chips at this point. Jack 10-4, open enter for Matt.
Just an overcard and a backdoor flush for Gio. He'll check it over.
Open enter says bet. Jack 10 says big blind could have something and you get check jammed. He is going to bet. When Gio has very little, again, this min bet is going to work a lot. There's going to be a lot of times Gio doesn't have anything that he wants to continue with, such as A6.
Matt seems to have one speed. His foot's on the gas. Even when his stack is oscillated downward, doesn't seem to change his determination to be the most aggressive player at the table.
C8 folds. C1 folds. C2 folds.
Blinds on blinds action. Gio. King 8 suited goes for the min raise. Henry, our chip leader, folding the King 5 off.
Yeah, Henry's just played a pretty methodical, pick his spots kind of game. Has left him with the most chips at this juncture.
C1 folds. C2 folds. 3 folds.
Another blinds on blind confrontation in the making.
Matt, a terrifying person to raise his big blind.
Jack 8 suited, perfectly good hand to raise from the small blinds. Matt's got him dominated with the Queen Jack off. Unfortunate for Henry to have arguably the best player at the table on his direct left.
Wouldn't be the seat I would pick.
Unfortunately for him, these seats are randomly drawn. And good news, bad news for Henry. He has top pair, but Matt does have a hard draw on this 8-5-2's all hard board. 2 overs to go with the hearts for Matt. One of the overs is good. The other one's not. Check, check. And Matt improves to a combo draw on this 9 of clubs. Has the gutter now.
7 checks.
I think Henry's just desperately trying to get to a showdown, just hoping his pair eights are good. I don't think Matt's going to let him do that easily.
This would be a great spot to bet. Lots of equity, probably, if you get called.
8 bets 450.
Flopped flushes probably would have bet by now from Henry's seat.
Calls 450.
Henry going to call the 450 for Matt. 2.1 million in the middle. King on the end. Not quite what Matt was hoping for.
Yeah, Henry's still good, but Matt could certainly have a king as played, and I would imagine he's about to represent that.
8 check showdown, please.
Oh, check back.
Gives up.
Pair eights.
And Henry going to consolidate that chip lead. 35 bigs for him, leaving everyone else in the dust. As much as one can leave players in the dust with just 110 big blinds in play. If you've been enjoying this, be sure to hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. TCH Live on at least 5 days a week across Austin, Dallas, Houston, and Rio Grande Valley. We're in Austin tonight for the Spring Shuffle final table. 5 players left. They've all locked up $8,640, playing for $31,118 for first place. Not bad for a $300 buy-in. Blinds on blinds. Matt versus Josh. Matt with ace jack offsuit. 12 big blinds in the small. The only thing he won't do is fold. All in.
It's all in.
First time we've seen Matt all in himself.
Jack 4, no good. Matt takes some blinds. And on to the next hands we go. 5 hours in, almost 5 players left.
Three folds. 7 folds.
Nobody letting up in this battle.
8 folds.
Jack 9 of diamonds for Josh.
One makes it 550. 550,000.
$550 at the open. Raymond gonna let it go. Josh steals some blinds of his own. Get a look at these chip counts. Matt and Raymond sub 15 blinds. Henry's sitting pretty with 6.5 million chips. Just over 21 million in play.
Seven folds. 8 folds.
Josh with the 10-9.
One makes it 450.
Opens like the player on his immediate left. Doesn't defend much.
But he does
And I
this
just
time.
spoke ace king into existence.
C2's all in.
All in, says Raymond. And his opponents with the easiest decisions in the history of poker. Gio folding queen 8. Josh 10-9 offsuit.
1 folds.
Easy folds.
Big pickup. 850K added to Raymond's stack. For the first time, Matt, the short stack, not by much. Actually, he, Raymond, and actually all the stacks, with the exception of Henry, are somewhat in each other's neighborhood.
Shipley just means you're 2 hands from going broke instead of 1, though. Especially as we get as shallow as we've gotten.
One folds. 2 folds.
Queens for Gio in the small blinds.
3 makes it 500,000.
500. We'll see if Henry has anything to defend with.
Ace
Oh my,
king
ace king
suited.
suited. This could just be go time.
Wow, massive pot about to be played.
All in, he says.
And Gio not thrilled about it. Henry's played a pretty... Yeah, he makes the call.
Ace king of hearts versus the black queens. Which side you got? Gio looking to hold for his tournament life.
Somebody will be the new chip leader or massive chip leader. If you're
King
Henry.
in the
King.
window. Gio gets outflopped. He needs a queen in the worst way, or a jack. Gets neither. Gio is going to be out in 5th place, losing a huge flip. These tournaments come down to the flips so often, and the final table is no exception. Well played, Gio.
Yeah,
Good
well
game.
played.
Nothing to be ashamed of there. Henry with the ace king sends Gio packing. 5th place, $8,640. That is not a bad payday by any means. Congratulations to our remaining players, all locking up 5-figure scores. 11,460. They've all locked up. 3,900 is the next ladder. That's 13 buy-ins. Lucky 13.
Yeah, well played by Gio. He played extremely solid and got down to that ultimate classic flip, ace kings versus queens.
And the chip dynamics here are such that there's Henry and there's everybody else.
Yeah, Henry is over almost 10.5 million now.
Henry has about half the chips in play as we sit four-handed. It may well come down to these other players beating on each other a little bit. Henry with ace-queen, though, in the small blinds.
Right from ace-king suited, ace-queen off. He'll just
Decides
rip
to
it.
just stick all the chips in Josh's face, or Matt's face, rather. And king-deuce
You got a big sweat.
going to have to fold, presumably.
No spot.
Matt, the shortest stack. Henry collecting some more blinds, sucking up more chips.
Deuce. King, no spot.
Yeah, like I jam that too. You could make an argument for raising to a smaller size, or even limping if you think Matt can ever decide to go for a raise of his own. And you just limp jam him, and then you get in with ace queen, or it was ace queen, right?
Yeah,
they run together at this hour. You're happy to get in with ace queen blind versus blind. That's like basically the nuts.
Two folds. Seven folds.
Matt, not a believer in the 9 triz.
That shouldn't be lost that Raymond was a short stack very early on and has never really had a ton of chips, but he has managed to ladder all the way up to at least 4th place.
Yeah, you just grind that short stack sometimes. Sometimes you have an entire day like that where you're just grinding like 10 to 20 big blinds and collecting ladders.
Henry with his 3rd premium in 4 hands.
Living the dream there.
Seven makes it 425 to play. Raise to 4 1/4. 8 folds, 1 fold, and 2 folds.
Gets it through. Rebel poker with a dad joke there.
Yeah, quite the dad joke.
We're at that hour, everyone.
Big for me, please. 2-2.
The dad joke hour.
It seems that way.
Unfortunately for me, I think your phone is about to go off.
You think so?
I believe that's going to mean dessert for Lottie.
You're going to need to get this tournament to drag on until the kitchen closes. Can we make it that long? Like I think it closes at what, 1 or 2
o'clock.
2 o'clock? Yeah, I don't think we're making it until the kitchen closes.
I don't think so.
There'd be like 20 bigs at that point in the whole tournament. Like 1-2 million or something. Raymond limps the king 8. Henry has him pipped with the ace 8. And blind versus blind. Henry and Raymond with the players between them having cleared out. Henry going to attack Raymond, who hasn't done a lot of defending, and Henry picking up those blinds.
Yeah, service on the way. We got what's calling for you.
By the way, happy St. Patty's, everybody.
That's right. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Looks like the players somewhat represented. Got to see some green out there. Got a clover for Raymond.
Dessert's on you, Kyle.
And there goes the dessert bet.
The line was 5 hours. We are now into hour number 6 of TCH Live.
8-7 makes it 525 to play.
Chocolate sundae on me.
The chocolate brownie sundae, it's a wonderful thing. It's my favorite dessert at here at TCH Social Austin. Even better when you don't have to pay for it. Just this is a dish best served cold. I mean, it's cold and it's hot. Like the brownie's warm, the ice cream's cold.
Perfect marriage, huh?
For sure. Raymond has a pair.
400. 2 makes it 400,000.
Goes for the min raise.
7 folds. 8 folds. And 1 fold.
Raymond going to take this one. Now, this is the 6th hour. We've had 5 hours. This is hour number 6 now. We may not get through the 6th hour, but this is the 6th hour. When we went on, like that was the beginning of the 1st hour. This is the beginning of the 6th hour.
Seven makes it 425 to play. Raise to 425. 8 folds.
Henry doing the raising.
1 fold.
Henry can push these guys around a bit. Make them defend against the big stack. Make them play for their entire stack.
Yeah,
Henry now with more than half the chips. He's got almost 12.5 million.
Yeah, should be able to kind of have his way with the table based on the ICM implications for these other players. Just a wonderful spot to be in if you're Henry. It's the most fun in poker you can have, really.
He's in the big blinds. I'm going to be scared of opening because he could just say all in.
8 folds. 1 folds.
Folds the Raymonds in the small blinds.
And 2 folds.
Gives him the walk. Oh, King 9 was going in for sure. Yeah, the stream has been on for 5 hours and 5 minutes. That sounds about right. Yeah, so we have exceeded 5 hours.
Thanks for trying, Rebel, but Lottie did win, unfortunately.
Yeah, so we set the over-under at 5 hours on air, and there's a very... I was the one who set the line. Kyle had the choice of over or under. There was a lot of very careful computations that went into setting that line.
And unfortunately, I initially picked the over and then switched to the under. So now I feel...
You second-guessed yourself.
I know. Just like poker, you got to go with your gut.
I really, the case for the under was chop. Like, if this played out, this was going to be over.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
It was kind of what I was banking on. But I probably deserve it because I wasn't rooting for it. I wanted to win the bet. But as a commentator, I don't think you're really supposed to root for chops.
I mean, we could just have all the all-ins as well. That's also a possibility. Like the one time I almost won a ring, like the heads up was almost over in like 3 hands. And instead, it went 2 hours.
Oh, wow.
I didn't
That's
win.
a lot of heads up.
Yeah. And like that would have been like, if it ended in 3 hands, that would have been early. But that's just how it happened. Like we just had 2 all-in hands collide back to back. And sometimes it goes that way. The cards just say, time to go. Both players have a gutter on 9-8-7. They both have a jack. Josh has a spade.
8 checks.
First player to bet probably wins this. Check, check. And they both have a straight, so first player to bet is going to chop with the other player.
8 checks.
Matt will get half of Josh's ante, so he'll come out slightly ahead. Front door spades come in.
makes it 800,000 to play.
Come on.
Matt
Players all
puts
in.
800K, all in, call, chop, chop.
Both got the jack high straight.
Nice trap.
You too.
One good.
This round ends in a tie.
Yeah, Matt was more than happy to call that jam.
As Black says, Detox has entered the chat. Hello to all players cheering for Josh B. And blinds are up.
Blinds are up, though, for the next 10.
Next hand they're up.
1, 2, 2. I got the shuffle off.
That'll be 125, 250, 250 on the blinds. And he got the shuffle in before the clock went off. So the start of the shuffle, that's when the hand starts. So whatever the blinds were, that's what you play.
Okay. 7 folds, 8 folds. What's the blinds going up to? 125, 250? Okay, cool. I just don't want to look behind me. It's pretty small. Yeah, one makes it 550 to play. All right.
These stacks get shorter as the blinds go up.
We're up.
With 2 words, Raymond is now below 10 big blinds. Those 2 words were blinds up.
And Matt desperately short now.
Yeah, I can see
Matt running out of time very quickly here. 6.5 bigs. 4-handed. That doesn't get you very far.
I mean, you are in my ear as well, so. So between the two of us.
And actually, for Henry, you almost want to chop away at Josh before anyone's eliminated so that he has less incentive to fight back.
Players all in. Player 8 is all in.
Got a rip from a mystery hand.
Yes.
I believe that's Matt is all in.
Yeah. I think that's the blinds in front of Henry. I don't think the button's right. Okay, Matt had King 8. 4-handed, yeah, that's an all-in, and he takes the blinds. At the very least, he needs to be stealing blinds pretty much every orbit now, if he is to keep the flame burning.
And that's how getting shallow we are here. Matt steals the blinds and takes him from short stack to third. Raymond now with the dubious honor of short stack. Not by much, though.
And they're in about the same neighborhood. Josh is going to be a little bit hesitant to get in, I think, against Henry
7 folds.
before we lose one of these players at least. Does not have to force anything. That said, Josh opens his suited ace. Matt has a better ace.
Interesting decision here for Matt. Has him dominated, but a7 off is kind of an in-between type hand.
Cutoff versus big blinds. I know the graphic says under the gun. He's really in the cutoff.
Yeah.
Being 4-handed. You could defend the a7. You could shove the a7 if you think Josh is light. He could also choose to live to fight another day, which is what he'll do here. So Josh solidifying second place a little bit. Does have to take the big blinds.
Do you think he was ever considering calling there or just rejam or shove over the top and or fold?
It feels like a shove or fold to me.
I agree. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever just calling.
I'm sure Josh wouldn't relish the thought of losing half his stack with a marginal hand and letting one of the best players in this final table back into it. A7 for Henry. This is where he can push his opponents around some. How big's the open here?
7 makes it 525 to play.
525.
Raise to 525.
10-8 suited can't do a lot here.
Matt's gotten in there with 10-8 suited.
And the problem is he has no fold
but
equity.
This is not, yeah. It's very different from those spots.
Play rate calls.
That's a call. That's a call. He wants to see a flop, and so he'll have pot behinds. Josh with the queen 10 offsuit. Probably just step out of the way here. Or could defend. He is getting a decent price. Blinds are 125, 250 now. He is going to call.
All right.
Very important flop coming.
3 players for the
Matt's fate probably hinges on this flop. He needs to connect. It needs to not be a 10 because Josh has a better one. 5 deuce deuce. Nobody connects here.
Henry good with ace high.
C-day checks.
Boy, a lot of spicy flops we could have had, and we get 5 deuce deuce.
C1 checks.
Checks to Henry. Will he choose to bet? He's got lots of big pairs in his range.
C7 bets 525.
Same bet, 525, and his opponents both fold, and that's over 1 million additional chips getting pushed his way.
Yeah, over 13 million for the first time now.
Henry putting a stranglehold on this. Usually say chip leader's 2 hands from going broke. I think Henry's 3 hands from going broke at this point. He has such a big lead. And he has queen 10.
C7 makes it 525 to play.
Open that, 525. Matt has an ace. He's going to be all in. He's not getting this one through. Not enough chips to get it through. Josh is out of there. Raymond's out of there. They should just be spectating unless they have aces, basically.
Matt's going to have to fade a queen or a 10.
Calls.
Now there's 750. Goes in. Ace 7 for Matt. Can he hold? No. Queen for Henry. Matt needs an ace. And an ace alone. He does not get an ace. And just like that, Matt is out in 4th place. Taking home $11,460.
Well, congrats to Matt. A lot of fun to watch him play.
An excellent player, just didn't go right for him towards the end here. And even worse for Josh and Raymond, it was Henry that knocked him out. And so he has most of the chips and they have almost none of the chips. But they do have $15,360 as we go 3-handed here.
What a return on $300. And for Matt, 11.5 approximately. So
20,810 for second place, 31,118. Up top, Raymond's down to 6.5 bigs. Josh has about 15 bigs.
And another ladder for Raymond.
And Henry gets another walk. He had ace king.
Oh, wow.
I was going to say Raymond should probably shove the 10-9 given that he's way short, but he would have run smack into it. So results oriented, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Raymond, he's laddered up, I mean, arguably the most efficiently of any, well, not arguably now. He was short to start. He's still a bit short, but he's made over 10K in the process.
We had a total of 706 entries for this tournament. Scott wondering that. And then there were 3. There were enough entries to fill this room several times over, and now there's just 3 players left.
I made the magnificent 7 comment, and it went from 7 to 3 pretty quickly from there. It's been about 45 minutes or so, maybe an hour.
Henry raising it up with 7-6 in the big blind. Ooh, 9-8, same suit for Josh. Let's it go. More chips for Henry. I think the idea is to wait for Raymond, who is now in the big blinds, and is therefore compelled to put a third of his stack in. I'd be very surprised if he's not facing an all-in. He should be facing an all-in.
Jack 5 suited good enough? I think so. Though he does have...
He could make it $2 million. He could make it $2 million, which would cover Raymond, and then Josh could do what he wants to do. But then you're probably priced in anyway.
Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah. Henry lets it go. He's going to let Josh do the lifting. He's got the dirty diaper. He's got the skinny. He's got the 3-2 of clubs. And he just calls. Queen 4 for Raymond. I think Raymond would have been out of there if he just says all in. I don't think Raymond's defending a Queen 4 type of a hand. And Josh has trips.
What a flop for Josh. You played the dirty diaper and you're rewarded. Unfortunately for him, he's going to need a queen on the turn to get anything out of Raymond.
Instead, he gets a 9.
One bet's 350.
350, pretty small bet, but Raymond with just queen high, gonna let it go. Raymond's further in the corner now, down to just 1 million chips. Blinds 125, 250, 250. So 125 going in. He has to get change for that 500,000 chip. I hate having to color down my big chip.
Pretty brutal.
I love having the big chips.
Even if the end is now, Raymond definitely can walk away with his head held high. He's hung in there very tough.
He sure has.
Made a ton of big hands and is going to make at least 15K. So
he's going to give the walk. I wonder, and he doesn't really have much as far as hands. I do wonder if he's hoping Josh somehow goes out before him. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I think Josh is going to just sit there and wait for Raymond to go broke.
Yeah, I think Josh would have to have aces or kings get cracked to go out.
I don't think Josh wants to engage with Henry at all at this point. I think he just wants to chill and guarantee himself the extra $5,450 for second place. 10-9 for Raymond.
Small blind. Actions here. I got you.
Let's it go. Big boy next hand for him. 10-6 for Henry. Gonna give him the walk. 9-8. Maybe defends. Like, I don't even know if he defends that though.
I think
I
you
really
could just
think
rip there because Josh has to fold almost.
I do think he missed the
entire
steal.
range.
I do think Henry missed the steal there. It's not a huge steal. I do think he missed the steal. This is like the bubble of a satellite at this point. Like Raymond is that short, and now he puts 500,000 chips in out of a stack of 875. Raymond just a few hands away from blinding out of the tournament if nothing changes here. Josh with Queen 5. All in, call. Raymond has King 7. He is ahead of the Queen 5. Can Raymond hold? Fading a queen or a 5. So far, so good. 8-6-3. 7. That's an open ender. It misses, though. Raymond going to double up. Raymond going to hang around. Back up to 1.5 million. And we play on. Josh gets cut down a little bit. And said it before, like Henry is even more incentivized to steal from Josh now. I agree with you, Mitchell. Like, Josh has to fold something like 95% of Henry's opens, and yeah, that's just what you have to do. Like ICM is severe handcuff here. Henry has a king. I don't care what the other card is. I'm opening.
One folds.
I don't care what the other card is. There's a jack. I think he raised and took it. I saw chips getting tossed to him.
Was one. Now it's on two.
I think he took my advice.
That's weird. It was right on top too.
Pure so. Yeah. Quick folds in the graphics.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, any ace, king, reasonable queen. Just ship it in at this point.
I think he can open even lighter than that into Josh.
When will you know if it won't be there? You got one? You got two, rather? Two folds.
6-5. Raise. Josh could easily have nothing. But Josh is highly disincentivized from playing hands with Henry at this point.
Looks like raise incoming.
Josh
is going to have a huge hand here.
And if you get shoved on, you have an easy fold.
I think we're doing ours.
Yeah, he folds the ace-3. He's just shackled. That's just the nature of the beast. He's in ICM prison. He's in ICM solitary confinement.
Henry now over 16 million. What a spot to be in.
It's so close that trophy's in sight, both literally and figuratively.
Oh, sorry.
Chalk to a nuts, the jack deuce.
What happened?
He figures he's going to get called by Raymond's, I think, so he makes the fold.
Players all in.
All in, says Josh, and Raymond lets go the 9-5. So Josh doing this deal, and
He's doing us a favor out here.
Yeah, poor Raymond. I mean, he's just praying one time to look down at a decent hand here.
Just a big card at this point.
Yeah. You just hate after all this poker to have to be all in with 9 deuce.
Yeah.
Blinded away.
Drop him if you laugh.
King 7 from Josh. You have Henry behind you. You really can't even do much with this.
Just gave each other a little look there.
You'd love to get a piece of Raymond's, but Josh could screw those plans up, and Raymond's going to give a walk. He had the queen 3. Would have been dominated. I think queen 3 was a shove, though.
Yeah.
Or like 2 bigs. Like you're going to get called every time. But any queen is beating. You got called every time.
In the meantime, Josh is just thinking, please go away so I have some chance of winning this heads up.
Yeah, at least let me get it all in.
Yeah.
Raymond down to 750K. The bell is tolling quite loudly for him. Down to 3 bigs and a dream. On the button, what does he have? Something he's not shoving.
3 and a mystery card. Henry can just jam.
He could just jam.
7 calls.
He just limps. Josh with a suited ace gets a free look at 3 cards. Queen deuce deuce. Not much for Josh, but he does have ace high, which is pretty good.
7 checks.
Blind versus blinds. And backdoors.
1 check. Turn.
Trying to get to showdown as cheap as possible. 8 of spades, no help to anybody.
Henry has to
Backdoors
bet
are
here,
closed.
right?
I would be inclined to bluff here. It's very likely Josh has nothing. We could just steal the blinds.
Yeah, just a delayed blind steal, basically.
See if Josh can find a call with ace high.
7 makes it 525. 1 folds.
Problem is, you probably get jammed on the river, so he does fold.
Out of there. Yeah. And Raymond about to put his
That's
entire
2/3 of
stack
his
in
stack.
nearly.
That is 2/3 of his stack going in. He has to get his last 500,000 chip broken down. Tragic.
Well, needless to say, it's a mistake if Raymond doesn't see this full run out, because
There's only one way where he can fold.
if
the other two get all
right,
in first.
right.
If Josh somehow goes all in, get out unless you have aces. Like literally, unless you have aces. Collect your ladder. Henry going to fold. He's going to let Josh do the dirty work. All in and a call. The 9 triz against the 6 deuce of clubs.
Just brutal for Raymond. This.
Can he find a 6 or a deuce or some clubs? Let's find out. Go to run out. Nothing yet. Ace 8 5 3 is a 3 for Josh. Josh going to eliminate Raymond. Raymond's in 3rd place. Raymond's getting $15,360. Great job, Raymond. Great run.
Job.
And we are heads up.
All right, 125 on a button. 250.
Josh at a 4-1 deficit, slightly more than 4-1 deficit. But Josh taking home 20,810. Raymond's 15.3 thousand. Heads up for about $9,300.
Big paydays,
or rather $10,300.
These two players, and Raymond grinding the short stack all the way to 15K plus.
Josh has some work to do, but this is not impossible. We've seen comebacks from bigger deficits than this.
One double, and he's right in business.
King 9. This could be the hand. Now, King 9, you got 15 bigs to work with. Gonna move all in.
One is all in.
King 5. Henry dominated. This is too many chips for him, though.
Thus far, Josh, the more aggressive of these two players. It may pay dividends and heads up if he can steal a few pots to start off here.
All the little things.
When's the next tournament stream? Asked Scott. I believe Saturday we have a weekly final table from Dallas. Saturday evening. Stay tuned for the Trailblazer Tour. In the first half of April, we'll be streaming some final tables out of that from Austin. Schedule to be determined. Henry with Queen 9 suited.
Derek in chat says heads up is a different game. It certainly is.
All in and a call. Queen 9 suited versus King 10 suited for Josh. Josh ahead, fading a queen or a 9 for all the marbles here.
This could be it.
This could be it. Can Josh hold on here? 9s, but diamonds for Josh.
What a
Josh
flop.
needs diamonds. He needs diamonds or it's over.
And
Diamonds on the no, full
boat.
house.
What
Full
a run out.
house. The wrong diamonds hits.
We almost pulled a Cherokee.
Henry with a full house over Josh's flush. What an epic ending
What
to
a
this
final
tournament.
hand.
Guys,
Unbelievable.
I want to say thank you very much. Y'all played phenomenal, and I appreciate all the help with the stuff.
Oh no, you
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Good. Yeah, I know they had
You said it best, Mike. They played
bombarding
phenomenally.
with information at the beginning all the time. Huh?
Phenomenal.
And you know what? That was phenomenal dealing by Mike and by Josh, our tournament director, cameoing in the box.
Nice.
Wow.
What a final hand.
What a final hand.
Henry going to take the full thing down.
$31,818. They played it down like real poker players. $20,810. Not a bad day for Josh.
For sure. Yeah.
Raymond's with 15.3.
Good.
Matt with 11.4. Sorry we bungled your name to begin with. And put in the plug real quick. Trailblazer Poker Tour. 15 events here at TCH Social Austin. You like this? Come and play it yourself. We got Hold'em $800 500,000 guaranteed main event. Flights at other locations starting on the 28th. Hold'em, PLO, bounties, mixed games, all the good stuff. On that note, it's time to sign off. What a night. What a night of poker.
What a night of poker, Lottie. It's been a great time, and I can't imagine a way to end on a bigger bang than that hand. What a run out.
What an end. On that note, it's time to go have a brownie sundae. On behalf of our dealers, our producers, Kristen and David, Kyle Frisbee alongside me, I'm William Lottie. The New York Knit wishing you a wonderful night. Come on back tomorrow for the big game from Dallas. Big O back here Wednesday night. I'll be out there on the felt.